That's right. That's right.
Okay, let's get started. We're a little bit behind because we're having some technology issues. We're getting going here. So welcome everybody to, let's see, regular OPAC meeting. Find my cheat sheet. Lisa, before we get started, before you have to leave, did you want to say something to Andy?
I did. Yeah, I have to jump off. I'll be back on a little later today. I'm Lisa Phipps, manager of the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And I just wanted to wish Andy a happy birthday. And he's spending it with all of you today. So he gets a lot of special people to spend it with. And I just wanted you all to know that it's his birthday. The older we get, the fewer people ever know. And it's always weird to talk about your birthday. So I thought I'd bring it up for him.
Hey, thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, we'll spare him the song unless he really needs it.
And happy birthday, Andy. Okay, so let's do a round of introductions. Unless Andy, do you want to open with anything about, logistics for being online and in person, and maybe go over who we have online and who we have here?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So we're entering the relatively new arena of hybrid meetings. So there are OPAC members who are participating virtually with us online. And there are members of the public with us both online and in the room. And so I want to try as best we can to make sure that we maintain that distinction throughout the meeting. There is an opportunity for public comment. It is at 9 o'clock, but the rest of the time, it's really council member deliberations and presentations to the group. So to help with that, my colleague Wei Rodonsky is helping to man the online Zoom component of the meeting, and she has renamed or will be renaming OPAC members with an OPAC prefix that will help us try and keep all the names of members who are participating virtually together online. As with any remote meeting, if you are not speaking, please make sure you have good mute manners, please. We'll be aggressive on the mute if we hear some background noise, so apologize ahead of time if we do mute you because of that. For technical assistance, Wei Radomski is here to help, and hopefully we won't have too many issues. She will provide her contact email and phone number in case there's a need for that. We will try and keep order of speakers and try and manage that. So if you are looking to speak online, please raise your hand. You will find that in the reactions toolbar on the Zoom menu. That will help us in the room keep track of participants and the order of discussion. We will go through OPAC members through the roster, but why don't I turn it over to the chair to welcome you all to our meeting today.
Wonderful, thank you, Andy. I'm guessing, do I need to push and keep my finger on it when I talk?
No, you just need to be close to it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, welcome everybody to OPAC. Thank you for the ones who could be here, and I'm sorry for the ones who couldn't make it, and we miss you. And we do have several people on Zoom, so appreciate you taking time away from sneezing and peanut boxes to join us and provide input and help with as we go through these agenda items today. So let's see, should we go through the introductions first? Let's see, do I
Let me walk you through there. Go ahead and,
Okay. My name is Susan Chambers. I'm Chair of OPAC and I represent South Coast Fisheries. Our Vice Chair, Tara Brock, is online.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry not to be there in person. I think many others, there's illness going around in our house. But I am Tara Brock. I'm the Vice Chair and I represent Coastal Conservation on OPAC. And I guess I can pass it to Jamie if we just want to go down the list.
There we go.
Yes, I'm here in Goose Bay. Jamie, I'm the coastal at large OPAC member.
Is that?
Did you hear that?
let's do a sound check with those online. Did you hear that?
It was faint.
Hello?
I heard it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and down to Walter.
Walter Chuck, representing Fort Spring Transportation and Navigation.
And Margaret.
Margaret Corby, coastal tribal representative.
And John Holloway could not be with us today. It is just a note, he is termed out, so for those of us in the room, we do have a couple of cards going around for John and Charlie to sign. I think they're at the end of the table, so any of you who haven't signed yet, please add your name, and we'll talk about that a little bit later too. So Peggy, over to you.
Peggy Joyce, statewide public representative.
There you go.
Joe Liebezite, statewide conservation.
And I don't think Bob Main is online. I think he's out today as well. And Charlie, I don't know when he is getting online. I think he planned to join us later, maybe. David Yamamoto is out sick today as well. So that gets us to Fran.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Fran Ragdine. Represent elected city officials. I live in Depot Bay.
And Andy, who is our staff.
Yeah, Andy Lemire, Marine Affairs Coordinator with the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Steve,
I am Steve Shipsey and I'm counsel to the council.
there we go. Karina,
Good morning, I'm Karina Nielsen. I'm the director of the Oregon Sea Grant Program and Exit Share.
and Ray.
Ray Monroe, representing coastwide small ports and local government.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Andy, do we have enough? Well, we have several people online too, so I don't know if we should use the public right now or.
Yeah, I think we could introduce the public if we want.
Okay,
That may be,
the ones here.
yeah,
Okay,
um,
or we're a little bit behind. I'm assuming they're gonna be here to make presentations or speak. So maybe we could do that just at the time and we can get our agenda moving.
sure.
Second thoughts. Sorry about that.
Hey, all, you have some ex officio members on the line
Yeah, we
also that we might want to go through.
Yeah, here's the list of
There we go.
other OPAC members.
Thank you, Karen. Let's see, Lisa, Ray introduced himself, so Lisa or Laurel?
Good morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, sitting in for Director Assumption. We also have Guy Rodrigue on the line that might be taking over if my sickness takes over.
Okay, thank you, Laurel. Karen,
Plague on everyone. Karen Brady, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Marine Program Manager, and sorry I couldn't be there.
no worries, we understand. Ryan, he online?
I'm not.
Okay. Malia or Blake, from DSL?
Howdy, Blake Helm, Oregon Department of State Lands. I'm a proprietary specialist working on planning and policy for our waterway use authorizations program, filling in for Malia.
Great, thank you. Jason Minor. Yeah. Okay. from Dagami. I know I'm gonna mess up this name.
I'm not seeing either John or.
Right. Okay. Department of Ag, Alexis Taylor. No. Okay, Lisa Phipps. You may have had to go to another meeting. Okay, she was on here earlier and wished Andy a happy birthday. Steve Shipsey, and let's see, who else we got? Chris Wall.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Wall. I'm with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management, ex officio, representing NOAA today.
Welcome, Chris. Hey, is there anybody else we missed? Keep forgetting we have an online component, so appreciate the nudge there. Looks like we got everybody. Okay, next, let's go through and approve the draft meeting summary from our last meeting, which was virtual. It should all be in your packet, and I read it before I got here too. Is there any questions about it, or?
I'll move that we approve the draft meeting summary as presented.
Second. Who seconded? I missed it. I did. You did, okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That was
Opposed?
online.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on. And it's over to you, Andy, for OPAC member administration and council membership. I know we have some seats open, so I'll let you walk us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So as of today, we have 4 seats on the council, 4 positions on the council that we are in open recruitment for. There is a vacant seat. The North Coast Commercial Fishing Interest seat is currently vacant. And then we have a couple of members who are termed out, so they've served 2 of their eligible terms. So 8 years of joy and fun with the council. That's Charlie in the non-consumptive recreation seat interest, and John Holloway in the North Coast Charter Sport and Recreational Fishing interest. I should say, actually, Walter is the 3rd who served his 8 years of fun with us. And his seat for ports, marine transportation, and navigation is also open. The application process is administered through the Office of Executive Appointments online. The application itself is via Workday. So there's a link on the website and on our announcement that will take interested members of the public to that location, and then there will be nominees that are available for the next governor when Governor-elect Kotek comes into office. She and her staff will review the nominations and make a recommendation. I think all of these seats are governor and Senate, which means the governor has to nominate and the Senate Rules Committee needs to confirm. There are a couple of reappointments as well. We'll get those in the works with members. It's not likely, though, that the Senate Rules Committee will convene until early in the legislative session, January, February of this coming year. So we have asked that interested applicants submit their applications in by the end of January. That should give a fair bit of time for folks to consider, to talk with your friends and colleagues to see if they'd like to join the council. And hopefully we'll have a full membership here in the new year, early in the new year. Moving forward, I guess I should stop. Any questions about that process. Steve did remind me that people are eligible to continue to serve on the council until they are replaced. So it is at the pleasure of the governor's office, and their timeline on replacement is what will dictate kind of the end of the official term.
What I call the no parole provision.
Margaret, you have a question?
Yeah, probably a question for Steve, but when you begin your term, if you overlap with another member who is serving their extra term or their final, well, I guess to be their extra term, when does your term begin? Does it begin at that moment and end at the 4 years? Like when the 4 years will be over for the vacancy, or does it? Can you just clarify that for me? I don't understand, because I know that the end dates for some people when they come on to OPAC are different. They're not necessarily 4 years from when you get your seat, right? So I think mine was less than 4 years, maybe 3 years, but then I have another 4-year term, but then.
I have asked that question of the governor's office before, and
The answer is you.
I got the,
Right answer.
if they've been longer than 2 years, then it could be a full term, but if it's less than 2 years, then they can have 2 full terms after that, because their term would have been. But I don't know that there was official guidance other than that.
I think you're correct on that. The way I recall it is you get to serve 2 full terms. If you fill out the remainder of someone else's term, your 2 full terms would start at the start. I call this a John Van Landingham rule. I think he was on LCDC for like 12 years. And he's replaced.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Walter.
So in the past, we've been asked to bring one or more than one candidate for your positions. Are we supposed to recruit 2 or 3 members, or one with our approval or our recommendation?
That would be my guidance, is to bring a suite of candidates to the position, to any position that's being recruited for.
Oh, Richard.
Andy, you know, if there's minor language status.
When I spoke with him last week, he did not know. There are, I guess, some early staff who have been selected to help in the transition, but he was not one of those as of yet.
Anybody else? Do we have anybody online with any questions? We're not monitoring online as closely, so.
So I got a note, Richard, really try and get close to the mic and project into it. Tara says it's hard to hear. So try as hard as you can to speak loudly into it. Moving on, as a council member, you are all asked to participate and take trainings via Workday. The Workday system itself will email you if you have not completed those trainings. Some of these trainings are annual trainings, so you will get a new message at the beginning of the year indicating that you need to take your training. And I would urge you to just grin and bear it as you work through that requirement. If you so need, we as staff can help run you through an alternate training that is more of a staff-to-staff delivery that has been offered to others. And we can make accommodations if that's needed. So just a note that please complete your training on the appropriate timeline. The last administrative announcement is that for those of you who traveled down to attend the meeting in person, Mandy, who helps me to staff this group, has already filled out some travel reimbursement forms. So come see me and I will have you sign the travel reimbursement form to make that as painless as possible for you. So we can get you reimbursed for your time. And I think that's it from the administrative announcements. Are there any other questions or council administrative topics that the group has questions on?
I'm not monitoring online.
Okay, so I think, oh, and we just got Charlie to the online meeting, so maybe have Charlie introduce himself. He's
Perfect.
fully joined.
Charlie, I see you're online. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, thanks, Susan. Charlie Plyben, Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation. I am in Newport right now. I apologize, I cannot be there in person. It's a demanding week with legislative days, and I actually did not anticipate that I would be at this OPAC meeting, but circumstance has it that we are still waiting on other appointments, so here I am.
Well, we're glad you're here. We did have a dinner last night. We were talking about where in the world is Charlie? So, you know, in advance of this meeting, there was some discussion about whether you were out of country or just out of state or just out of town. So, you know.
Yeah, I had planned on being in Baja, but for a number of reasons, I had to move my trip. So I will be in Baja in January now instead.
Aha. Okay. Well, we're glad you're here. Thank you for joining. And I think that takes us to public comment. If there's no other questions on membership.
So Wei has a list of public commenters online.
Okay.
So maybe we could start with a public commenter online and then we'll go to the next one in the room after that, and then we'll alternate.
Sure, that sounds good.
Okay, this is Cynthia Jacoby. Should I start?
We can hear you, Cynthia,
Yes,
so
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Cynthia Jacoby. I am a resident of Newport and I have been a Newport City Councilor for 4 years. Today, I am speaking only for myself, and I speak in support of the designation of the Cape Foulweather Marine Conservation Area and all of the unique treasures it has to offer. Last year, the city of Newport, along with the city of Depot Bay, both sent letters of support for this designation status and also for the interpretive programming proposal of the MCA for these 4 following reasons. Number 1, the interpretive programming is central to the proposal. This interaction of volunteers with all visitors, both local and out of town, will heighten awareness of the beauty, history, and natural wonders of the area. Number 2, the MCA proposal is carefully crafted to not impact commercial or recreational fishing. Number 3, you know, it's not all about money, but visitors do bring in valuable tourist dollars, adding to the Mid-Coast estimate $500 million visitor industry, tourism. And number 4 is learning about the ecology and the interconnectedness of the Mid-Coast, the marine animals, and the beaches will heighten awareness and promote a sense of stewardship for generations to follow us. Of course, pictures and videos are educational, but we all know there's nothing like physically being on the beach, feeling the wind and sand, smelling the sea air, listening to the gulls and the waves, watching the tidal action and experiencing the saltwater atmosphere. So I encourage the council to approve the marine conservation area for Cape Foulweather to engage and inspire all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. So the next person in the room we have here is Ray Monroe.
Good morning, Chair Chambers and OPAC Board. Is my mic, can you hear me? Can all the people hear me?
I can hear you, but can you hear Ray?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. So I'm here representing the Pacific City Doryman's Association. We have 765 members strong, of which there's commercial, recreational, beach walkers, beach goers, bird watchers, just surfers, the whole 9 yards is part of our organization. And I have to speak on behalf of my board, and so that's what you're going to hear this testimony of. I still love all the people here, but the collateral damage that happens from anything has happened to my port and my people for over going on probably 70 years. And I just want this to be aware to the board of what goes on and the possibility that could happen. So the Pacific City Doryman Association is opposed to any designation of the Cape Lookout for Rocky Habitat Marine Conservation Area. Part of the PCDA's mission statement is to protect, defend, and promote the traditional cultural and economic values of the Dory fleet, and specifically to actively seek laws and regulations that provide the maximum recreational and commercial fishing opportunities consistent with realistic conservation of the resources. The question, will the designation of Cape Lookout restrict access to the area at the base of the Cape? It looks like the proposal on the map of the area of concern has a designated zone. So is that the intent today? I don't think so. The problem is when you're all gone and go away, I'm going to show you or tell you what happens. The possibility can happen. Our fear is that regardless of the proponent's intentions, that the designation will now or in the future restrict access. There is no guarantee that if the proposal is passed, that there will not be a mission call or future need for enforcement to meet their objectives. Cape Lookout is an important fishing area as well as safe harbor. It is the only area that a fisherman without a boat can have an opportunity to catch a lingcod and rockfish. The large majority, mostly 90% of that, is inaccessible to humans just by the nature of the geography. I know that all proponents say they want education and outreach, and I believe that can be done without a designation. The south side is used extensively by the Pacific City Dory fleet, where all vessels navigating the area use a safe harbor and anchorage to escape the predominant strong northwest winds. In the summer, a dory can make its way up there in the morning and spend a day fishing out of the hazardous seas. Very important. We only get on the ocean if we can get down the ramp through the surf, how much the wind's blowing and how big of a current we've got going. So opportunity for us to get into the ocean and make sure there's no restrictions on areas of the fish are very important. I'm the co-chair of the PCDA and was not contacted by the proponents until last week. Furthermore, I'm unaware of the Fishermen's Advisory Committee for Tillamook Fact that's appointed by the county commissioners was contacted. I'm also on the Watershed Council, and I don't think they were contacted. Just first process, it's not necessary. I'm sure that you have to contact these groups, but just telling you that I'm not been contacted. Please remember that when a rule or designation is put in place, it usually negatively affects the smallest of user groups unintentionally. You never want to hurt us, but it seems like it comes back to hurt us. Excluding historical users that have been a part of the ecosystem for over 100 years with any negative impacts is not necessary. And these are small statements from my group that I understand that what's on the table today is not that, but we have our fears and they're justified. We are a fleet of small scale vessels participating in a sustainable fishery that cannot afford to lose any access to fishing grounds now or into the future. Madam Chair, I may share what has happened to us in the past. I just want to make sure I didn't do my 3 minutes already.
That was.
So just one example, there's many of what's come back to haunt us because we are who we are. So there was a 14-day crab rule. Kurt Melcher, Dave Cleary, State Police, Patty Burke were integral. They were at the table. We went there to testify on how that could hurt us and to the commission, and they wondered why we were there. And we said, well, we can't meet that 14-day crab rule. And they're going, well, this isn't intended for you. It's not intended for us. So years go on, Kurt's moved up, Dave Cleary is gone, Patty Burke is gone. Guess who gets the first ticket? Pacific City Dorrian. We had to negotiate it out, and the cop says, I'm sorry, the law is the law. It doesn't say that I can't give you a ticket, because all they have to do is see that the 14-day rule has not been met. So we have to deliver crabs every 14 days. We went back to the hierarchy, and the hierarchy kind of overrode it. It doesn't matter because the law is the law. If that officer wanted to continue to make that ticket stick, he would have, and it would have been a considerable amount of a fine on our fishermen. Just to say that was not their intent. These designations are not their intent to stop us from fishing. But that's when we all go away, who picks up the ball and says, well, you know, we really would like to have this area no fishing. And that's why I'm here speaking on behalf of the Dormants Association. It's my job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. And I just want to ask one thing, Andy, as far as process goes. Just keeping track of the time. Because I started and then, yeah, I'm not good at dividing my attention.
Yeah, I'll keep track of time. please.
Okay. And can we ask questions of the people who present?
Yeah, clarifying questions. Yes.
Okay, so I forgot to ask if there was any questions for Cynthia, but I'll ask. Are there any questions for Ray? Before we move on.
No, I don't have a question for Ray. I just have a question of process. Maybe we can just, obviously, we want to keep time limited, but maybe we can give more time if we feel like, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Share it.
Okay, any questions for Ray?
I have a question.
Joe?
Ray, have you looked at the history of other designated areas, Rocky Habitat designated areas? For example, Haystack Rock. I think there's several sites, and to my awareness, there's not, upon the original designation, there has not been a change in the regulations of those sites.
That's correct. There has
So-
not been a change, but I will tell you that our vessels were approached by the state police again for being too close to the rock, taking safe haven. So yeah, we're worried about all these things. And you're here and you're going to defend that shouldn't happen. But when you're not here, who defends it? That happens. It happens more than once. They get down on the beach and they start looking and they can only assume how close you are. And that was our argument. Is there's times that you have to get behind that rock in order to take safe haven to even get through the surf in the winter. You can't just come in and go in crossways to the surf.
So you're not aware of any changes to?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
But I mean, that was not the intent as well, once again. And that's our fears. Somebody could come in and change them all when you're all gone.
Thank you, Ray. Real quick, Charlie has a question and then I'll go to Fran.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Ray, for your testimony. Question, you know, I know that recently there's been some efforts to do some urchin culling and some other sort of partnerships around kelp. I know that was a primary interest of the proposers. I'm crystal clear on the fears of the dorymen, and I totally understand those. My question is, maybe do you see opportunities for shared goals and collaboration at all? Designation or no designation, with this group and their interest and what they're trying to achieve today. I guess that's my primary question.
Yes, Charlie. The reason I'm laughing is I see this old guy on the screen. I'm like, who is that? Who is that? No, Charlie, the collaboration, it would always be there. We, we are conservationists basically, and being the smallest people, we would like to help for the education and outreach and research for almost anything, just as long as we can keep our lines in the water.
So could I have one follow-up question then? Ray, do you think there's an opportunity to provide any assurance for the fears or things that you may lose through this designation and through this cooperation? For example, I think the fear that you won't be able to fish there one day, or something could change one day that would exclude your rights and interests. Do you see potentially any safeguards or assurances or ways through a designation that your people could feel comfortable that wouldn't happen?
Well, I don't see how you could write it into rule or law that could never happen, and that'd be about the only way they'd be assured of that. And I think that we're comfortable with the people at the table and the people in charge right now, understanding our fears and still making that recommendation. But what happens in 20 years? That's our fear. And if you could write in there that could never happen, which I don't believe you can, that's the collateral damage that happens through the process that nobody intended it to happen. And we have numerous examples of that. We have the share the pain and the Lingcod issue back in the day, reduced everybody's catch by 50%. Well, we were already at 1/10 of 1%, and they took it away from us and put us cleanly out of business. That was not the intent, but that's exactly what happened. So going forward, Charlie, I think that we could work with everybody and still will. It's just that we still are going to have that fear in the back of our minds. When's it going to happen? When's it going to come?
Okay, Fran.
So, I guess it's a clarifying question, maybe to the council. My understanding is if there's through this rocky habitat process, any change in designation would have to go through a extensive public process such as the one we're going through now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, thank you. So I guess there's always fear, but this public process has been long and robust, so it's hard to, I hear you, Ray, because I've seen things happening that's unintended, but I think the way this process has been set up, in my mind, it's so long and frustrating. So I think any change in designation that would prohibit fishing in the future would have you or your successors at the table as well. So I guess that's my comment.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
And I appreciate that comment. And the reason I'm here is for all these comments to get put on the record. If I wasn't here representing my association, they wouldn't be there. And so everybody would say, well, they didn't have a problem with it. But we have a problem only with the fact that we don't want to lose our rights. We do have some kids coming up through the fisheries finally. And that's why I'm here. I'm really concerned, and I'm going to put this on the table. We have some people that fish lingcod and rockfish off those rocks at the base off the beach. They have to walk 1.5 miles to get there. And that's the only way they can go catch them. And there's people from all over this country that do that. And there's not a lot of them, but they do have access to do it. And that's the only way they can get there. And I'm like, gosh, dang it, it'd be terrible if they close that off in the future, just because they don't want to stand on that rock. So anyhow, I do appreciate the comments and I understand the process is there in place to argue those issues in the future. That's why I'm here today.
Okay, thank you. One more question from Richard, and then we have to move on.
Marie, to make sure I understand what your concern is, you know the intent of the proposers here to not have any regulatory change. They assume the intent of this board is that. Your concern is that designation in the future could be misinterpreted or could be interpreted differently than we are right now. And somebody say, well, this is a protected area or a conservation area, therefore you can't fish it. That's
Correct.
correct.
That's my main concern.
Okay, thank you. Andy, who do we have online next?
Beverly Min, I believe.
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Beverly Min. I'm a member of Shoreline Education for Awareness, abbreviated SEA, which is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization in Bandon. SEA's mission is to promote education and awareness of shoreline habitats and wildlife along the Oregon coast. During the summer months, SEA sets up wildlife interpretive stations at Coquille Point or Face Rock Wayside in Bandon and at Simpson Reef near Charleston. We also try to patrol the shoreline at Coquille Point at extreme low tides during the harbor seal pupping months to educate visitors who may or may not have unleashed dogs. We also try to educate drone operators if there is an impending conflict with wildlife. My friends and I are thrilled that Coquille Point is closer to being designated a marine garden. This will draw more awareness to its uniqueness. The publicity will help us to attract like-minded people to join us in appreciating and protecting the wildness at our doorstep. It will also help us to remind people that rocky habitats along the Oregon coast consist of more than rocks and water. I look forward to OPAC approving the 6 sites currently under review to ensure that human impacts on coastal rocky habitats are minimized as much as possible. Access is maintained for responsible users, and the specialness of the Oregon coast will be here for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Do we have any questions for Beverly? Anybody in the room? Anybody online? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Beverly. Let's see, the next in the room, we have Dulce Cabo from C.
Ways tracking them and I'm.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dulcie Havel, and I'm from Bandon, Oregon. And I volunteer for Shorelines for Education and Awareness, but also for the Beach Bird Survey, for Coast, the Oyster Catcher Survey for Audubon, and I'm involved with the Stranding Network. So because of this, I spend a lot of time on the beach and where I live in Bandon. I interact with people on the beach and see passion and inspiration many folks have from just being on the beach. Humans love being near water. All you need to do is look at the cost of houses. Sorry, I lost my place here. Home prices go up and up and up the closer you get to the ocean. This is crazy. Why do we value these places so much? And believe me, I hear it all the time. I especially enjoy running into people who are from out of town. They are loving being there or here. They have questions. I don't always have the answers, but I feel the interest and excitement that they have. Being near the beach, being near the ocean nourishes the body and the mind. All the senses are enhanced. The fresh air filling the nostrils and the amazing ocean smells. The light glancing off the water and the sand. The sounds of the birds and the waves. We all know and value these things. Rocky habitat is like the most fertile valleys on land. The rocks are a place where plants and animals can attach and live. These become food for birds and other ocean animals that come in with the high tide. The seaweeds that grow on the rocks offer protection and food for baby fish and other animals, many of which can be found in the tide pools. A rocky coast houses a complex ecosystem that, if protected, is a valuable resource for people and enhances our life too. These Rocky Coast designations are designed and supported by communities where the communities where they are located. The idea is to use public education through interpretive programs and community science to help reduce impacts and so protect the animals and plants that depend on our rocky shores. The coast belongs to all Oregonians and needs to be managed in a way that gives access to these rocky habitat sites, but at the same time guarantees that Oregonians in the future will be able to enjoy these sites also. Thank you so much for approving the Marine Garden designation at Coquille Point in Bandon. I encourage you to approve all 6 remaining rocky habitat sites that are under further evaluation. These community groups have worked hard and are committed to stewardship of the places that they love. And one final thought. I have vivid memories when I was a child of my mother taking me to tide pools. She would tell me about the animals we saw. She taught me their names, which I never forgot. She would have me touch them, which was amazing. This opened up a whole world for me. I'm almost terrified to hear about my mom. I hope that the children of the future can have the same experiences I did.
Thank you, Delta. Do we have any questions? Anybody in the room, anybody online have questions for Delta? Let's see. Okay, thank you. And I can understand the tide pooling, the love of tide pooling. Let's see, who else do we have online? Excellent.
Dennis White will be the next online commenter.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thanks for providing this space for public comment. My name is Dennis White. I'm the chief clerk and bottle washer for Friends of Otter Rock, which consists of local residents who volunteer their time and treasure. You know, our mission is to protect the wildlife and the environment as much as possible, and they all contribute to that mission. I want to say a word about interpretation, because interpretive narratives are the things that we do primarily in order to fulfill our mission. So, you know, interpretation narratives, for those who are not familiar with it, involve exhibits and narratives and things that you can present to visitors when they come to visit. The first step of which is to listen to what they say. This is not about lecturing them and that sort of thing, but it is about connecting with them in as to why they're there. And an example was just given to you about the tide pools, which I thought was a marvelous thing. And you know, our narrative will engage people, connect them with the fragile nature of the tide pools, the creatures that are there, and how they relate to each other. And so this is the kind of thing that we try to connect with them, or whatever they're there for. There's another topic that our volunteers can connect them with and make them perhaps more enthusiastic about it. I think a successful encounter will mean that they're energized and motivated to tell the others, to get involved, like me and like you. So that would be the ultimate thing, is if our interpretive work was strong enough to kind of make that connection and they could carry it forward to others. Last summer, we had a group of adult volunteers and teenage volunteers, interns actually, whom we paid, very popular with families, especially families with children. Together, they had almost 5,000 interpretive encounters last summer. So, we're very, very happy about that. And we, Friends of Otter Rock, is written into the proposal for Cape Foulweather. And we're eager to sort of extend the success northward. It's adjacent to Otter Rock in that community. So we really think that this interpretive work is really what the primary thrust of this proposal, and that's what it's all about. And it's about engaging visitors so that they'll become responsible visitation and stewardship advocates in their own right. The second thing I want to say is to reiterate something that Cynthia covered, and that is the overwhelming community support for MCA designation of foul weather. These include not only both city councils voted to send a letter of support, which they did. The community in between there, which is the only community actually adjacent to the foul weather designated area, has no homeowners association, is not incorporated, but every one of the full-time residents of Morocco signed on to a letter of support. And I think that demonstrates how important this is to people who live here. But I would also say that people who don't live here, as Cynthia has said, which is about 3/4 of the visitors, contribute enormously to the local economy in the amount we estimate to be about $500 million. That's billion with a B. Other supporters have been local churches, homeowners associations, natural resources manager of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Neighbors for Kids, which is a local organization that does after-school programs for kids. So this is really quite overwhelming. I think we're eager to extend our interpretive work northward, mostly along the county-owned Otter Crest route, where we just get a tremendous number of visitors who come there, want to enjoy it, and we want to protect this environment for generations to come. So that's what I would like to say about this, and I hope you vote to support Cape Foulweather. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions for Dennis? Anybody in the room? Seeing anybody online?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So going back to the room, we have, next up is Betsy Neely. Welcome, Betsy.
Oh, thank you. I won't add too much. I'm a board member of C, Shoreline for Education and Awareness, and I'm here with Lori. And I don't think I have too much to add to what Dulcie and Bev said. Although I have found that once we've been designated a marine garden already. Of course, things aren't going to be official until early 2024. But it has had, in my opinion, and I'm new to the board, kind of a galvanizing effect. I appreciate the comments made by a gentleman about interpretation, because there's been a greater interest in doing that, being present at low tide on the shore, designing signs. We put that on hold now until January, but having signs designed to help with interpretation.
Betsy, for the benefit of people online, could you just speak a little closer to the microphone?
That's it.
That's better.
And board members have met with the city and Audubon Society and other groups. So I think it really provides generating interest in the community because it is a beautiful area. And I think that the board that made this proposal initially foresaw that or recognized that it could be overused. And so the restrictions, which in my view are not major, help to highlight the uniqueness and importance of the area, colonizing birds, nesting birds, seals, and help the public to appreciate the area. So I think these designations really do have a lot of ripple effect in the community. That's it.
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions? Anybody online? Not seeing any? Okay. Thank you very much. So we have next online.
Our next speaker online will be Ann Velisis.
Welcome, Ann.
There I am. Good morning, OPAC members. My name is Ann Velisis, and I'm president and speaking on behalf of the Kalmiopsis Audubon Society based down in Curry County on the South Coast. Our group has more than 400 members who care about conserving healthy habitats for birds, fish, and wildlife and people. Our members enjoy bird watching and other activities, outdoor nature study based on unique plants and animals in our local ecosystems, including our rocky shorelines. Our members have been volunteers in the Coastwide Black Oyster Catcher Survey. These are birds that depend on rocky shore habitat that everyone enjoys observing. And so we know firsthand the important values of this important coastal habitat type. We strongly support the state of Oregon's strategy of marine zoning to assure that areas with the highest natural values for marine life can be protected and conserved, while other areas may incur greater use. Rather than allowing just for incremental continuous degradation everywhere. And for this reason, we support in particular the marine conservation area designated for Blacklock Point, which is near where we live. Our group's long been engaged with efforts to conserve the upland areas adjacent to the rocky shores of Blacklock Point. That's in the Flores Lake State Natural Area, which is a unique Oregon state park. But the adjacent rocky shore and offshore areas are also really unique owing to unusual sandstone and serpentine geology with diverse rocky intertidal habitats, subtidal reefs, kelp beds, important seabird colonies with high biodiversity and productivity, owing to, in part, Cape Blanco, which is causes a large amount of upwelling in that zone. Cape Blanco is just the cape to the south. There's high intertidal species diversity with many different species of invertebrates, algae, and seagrass. So this is really an important area for marine conservation and highly compatible with the conservation of the adjacent state park. Like other rocky tidal areas up and down the coast, there's been an increase in visitation in the tide pools in this area. And so we think that increasing education about the values of rocky shores at all the proposed sites up and down the coast would really be a benefit to this and all the areas. There's sort of a synergistic benefit that comes from what's being proposed for education at these areas. So I encourage you to designate the Blacklock Point Marine Conservation Area, but all the 6 proposed rocky shore conservation proposals to help conserve these important habitat areas and wildlife and algae and invertebrates for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Do we have any questions for Ann? Oh, any online, Ann? Okay, thank you very much, Ann. We have one more person in the room here, Margaret, who would like to speak.
Sorry, kind of an impromptu ad there. Thank you, Chair. Stepping down from my seat, I just wanted to come and speak as on behalf of myself and as a citizen of the tribes who does really care about using these resources. And I just wanted to state that it's really important. I'm not gonna weigh in on any of the site proposals today, right, and right now as a member of the public. But I did want to say that it's really important that the proposers work with tribes. We understand, I think tribes are expected to be consulted with, but really relationship building for these proposals and site designations is so important. And being able to have the perspective of the tribes included and incorporated into educational components, because these sites, while we need to maybe protect some of the values of these sites, it's also important to protect the value of stewardship at these sites by tribes over millennia. So for tribes, using these sites is an important component of their cultural stewardship, and that is ongoing. So they use them for ceremonies. They might go out there for certain practices, and it's important that that is retained. I just ask that you do really good work to build those relationships and integrate those perspectives into your educational components. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Margaret. Any questions for Margaret? Okay. That's all we have in the room, Andy. Who else do we have online?
I believe that Anne was the last one who identified that they wanted to speak online. Let me know if there's anybody else that we missed. Go ahead and raise your hand or send a chat to let us know that you'd like to make public comment. I think we can conclude. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Of course, now I lost my screen. Tells me what I'm doing. So that is all for our public comment. We did run a little bit over. We were scheduled for a break at 9:30. But I appreciate everybody who attended online and or in person to provide comments. That's always helpful for OPAC members to understand some of what's going on and the perspectives of the public. So thank you very much. Andy, why don't we go ahead and take a break now? And we're supposed to start the territorial C plan part 3 portion of our agenda at 9:45. Let's start that at 9:55. Okay, take a break and be back here at 9:55. Thank you.
Well, I actually took half, and I wanted you to have half. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, no, I didn't do the other half. But I'm saying it might be still there. It's in the back.
Hi. Can you hear us in the room?
I hear you.
Okay. Well, you're not in the room, Charlie. That's not helpful. I think we're back, but it looks like the room's a little empty still, so maybe we need a few more minutes.
I think they muted the mic for the in-person part so that we wouldn't hear their chitter chatter. But
Yeah. One disadvantage of being online.
Tara, I actually think it's great you're online. I think having having vice chair online, then like you can help weigh in when we can't hear and
Yeah, we did actually discuss that, Andy and I, when I had to call him yesterday and say I cannot come down, and I said, well, at least I can kind of help monitor the online situation. So
give a little bit of extra weight to the online folks. I like it.
I think it's hard though when you're in person to get everybody back together, especially when people haven't been together in so long.
I'm thinking you're exactly right.
We have most people back. Forgot I got to speak into it. Okay, so this brings us to our territorial seed plan part 3, Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. We have 6 sites that people have proposed and have gone through the working group, and Charlie did a lot of the work on that, and thank you very much, Charlie. So we will go through each of the proposals and then see if we can arrive at consensus for each one. If not, we will have motions and take a vote. Andy will walk us through each one, and I do believe we have people here for questions about the sites from some of the proposers. So I'll turn it over to Andy and to get us started.
Okay, I am going to just give us the 10,000-foot overview of reminder of where we are, how we got here to this point, and then what happens next. So you've seen this slide before in previous OPAC meetings. This big arrow up in the upper right describes the big process that we go through for all amendments to the territorial sea plan. And that is that my agency, the Coastal Management Program, and other agencies, we work to support working groups of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. In this instance, the Territorial Sea Plan Rocky Shores Working Group was established and operated for, I think, 4 years. And the recommendations that come from the working group go to OPAC, and then OPAC would review those, and if approved, they send recommendations forward to the Land Conservation and Development Commission. So that's my agency's decision-making body, and the Ocean Policy Advisory Council and that commission co-steward the territorial sea plan. You see those little loop back arrows that identify if the commission receives a recommendation, but it makes findings that it's not consistent with our program, we can send it back to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council for them to reconsider and send it back to us. There is no more Rocky Shores Working Group anymore. That has been disbanded. As we now have a working group on part 4, the cables part. So really this further evaluation proposal process was designed to incorporate OPAC and designed to allow for another conversational exchange between the entities who proposed one of the proposals in the initial process and the council. So we're at a decision-making point. And these proposals that we have seen have gone through a lot. You've heard some other groups say that it's been 2 years since they submitted their proposals. Here you have the timeline of that work. So when we closed the initial proposal period, we had 12 that came in the door. The agencies conducted a feasibility analysis that was then provided to the working group that provided initial recommendations, and then we had a iterative back and forth where we allowed the proposers to respond. And then that informed the working group's final recommendations. Those were provided to OPAC in May of 2021. On that day, 2 of the area designations were accepted by consensus. That was the Coquille Point Marine Garden, which we've heard mentioned already today, and the Cape Blanco Marine Research Area. So those 2 were approved by the agency earlier this year and are moving towards implementation. 4 proposals were not recommended for any further action of any kind. They either did not fit what we were looking for, or they were incomplete. That leaves 6 sites that the council and the working group said merited further evaluation. So the idea behind them, you know, the working group identified value there, but there were a set of considerations for each site that were unresolved. That led to an agency workshop where we consulted with the proposers. We had stakeholder outreach as a part of that. And the original proposals were I think in all cases revised to some degree in response to those considerations. So today we look at the final kind of configuration of the proposals. And our job today is to conclude this process so that the people who've been participating with us for the last 2 years have closure one way or the other. I worked with the executive committee because they let us know that the final configuration of each proposal was still a little uncertain. It was hard to follow if you weren't a part of the workshops or if you weren't a part of the working group recommendation. And so I was asked by the executive committee to reach out to the proposers and have them produce a final two-page summary of their site, fully documenting where they landed after this big arc of development that we went through. So we are now at the point where OPAC has the ability to make decisions on each of these areas. This process is one that I will help to facilitate in conjunction with the council members. I thought what I would do is to do a quick highlight overview of the 2-page proposal summaries. Though these were delivered to you at least a week ago so that you've had them in your email inboxes. But for the benefit of everyone together, I thought I would walk through the kind of highlights from each proposal. Once I'm done with that proposal highlights, then our thought was we could have an exchange amongst the council, some pros and cons, if you will, get people's opinions out, see if we're close to a consensus recommendation. At the end of the day, the council has the ability to recommend any of these designations to move forward, and that recommendation will be transmitted to the Land Conservation and Development Commission for their consideration. So the form of a recommendation we will make is to say that the council would recommend these sites and then transmit that recommendation to LCDC for their consideration. I did draft some template motions that can help us get there, although those can be customized. You know, you're free to make whatever kind of motion you want as a council. And then unless there's a different way that we want to walk through this, my suggestion is that we dive in. And the executive committee discussed going in a north to south order. And unless there's any questions or comments about that process, then we'll move forward. I see Joe's hand up. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'd just like to be totally transparent and say that I did make some contributions to the Ecola and Chapman Point proposals earlier on in the process. And so I wanted to defer to legal counsel here, Steve, and get some input on how I can contribute. I feel like since I do hold the statewide conservation seat, I obviously vote for this. But I also, you know, respect that I could have a biased discussion, so I could recuse myself from discussion. But I want to open that up for consideration from Steve here and others on OPAC.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I think it'd be a great idea if Steve could provide a little guidance for the council on what conflict of interest and bias mean.
All right, sit tight, this is exciting stuff. So conflict of interest and actual potential conflict of interest are terms that come at us from chapter of the Oregon Revised Statutes, chapter 244. And these are actual and potential conflicts of interest are when you have pecuniary interest, a financial interest in a proposal. For example, you know, if Ray said, I exclusively fish for lingcod at the Cape Lookout site, and that's where 100% of my input comes. Then he would have, and I'm using Ray as an example because he's a non-voting, he would have an actual conflict of interest, and he would need to declare that on the record. And he would say, Ray is not going to participate in discussion or deliberation. So that's conflict of interest. That's it. Conflict of interest is money. It doesn't have to be just Ray. It could be Ray's children, or his brother-in-law. Right? So, but I know you can take. I'm good. So that's kind of the nature of actual or potential conflict of interest. If anybody has questions on these, you can always ask me beforehand. Now, there's a separate issue, and that's, you know, it's more of a kind of a due process issue, and that's the issue of bias. And bias occurs when you have, in essence, prejudged an issue, and that you don't feel like you can, you know, listen to our discussion today, decide whether or not one or more of the proposals can move forward based on what is in the packet once before you. Now, if you recall, at the September meeting, Fran stepped down on the Fogarty Creek proposal because she and I walked through it and beforehand, and we decided that she probably had bias because she was the person who proposed that site. And so Fran had clearly gone through the exercise of saying, I think Fogarty Creek meets our criterion, and therefore I'm going to submit it as a possible site. So that's bias, and Fran can sit up here and she can vote on, particularly on the other sites. But if it came down to Fogarty Creek being yay or nay, and we have a tie vote, having not participated in the deliberation discussion, Fran could still vote in the rule of necessity provision of public city process. So What Joe is saying is he had a hand in some of providing some of the specifications or analysis of two of the sites. I think Joe probably is biased as to an aspect of those two sites, but not the entirety of the sites that are branded. So we'll leave it up to Joe to decide whether he wants to participate in that. You can say that, hold off on discussion, deliberation about aspect of however you feel comfortable. That was really rambling and unscripted.
Good.
So if people in the room or people online have questions about that, we can handle it quickly, but I really don't want this slideshow to be extended. Unless there's.
No, I think that was very helpful. So I appreciate that. And you know, I appreciate you asking the question. Particularly because OPAC does work very hard to be open and transparent.
So, and I would add, you know, there's a reason each and every one of you are on that. It's because you have interest and experience and expertise in some of these areas and some of these uses. And so that's why you're on OPAC. So, you know, there is a threshold, like this is just why you're qualified to be on OPAC. That's not bias.
Right. Richard.
Question for Andy, you mentioned consensus, are we going for consensus or is it going to be a majority vote?
We will strive to meet consensus. But if the group does not have consensus, then you can take a vote. And the vote would be based upon the motion that is put down on the floor. And I would imagine, as an example, that it could be a motion to recommend such and such site for designation as a fill in the blank marine conservation area, marine garden, marine research reserve. So that would put the motion on the floor. It would need a second and then a vote to pass. Steve did mention that a tie vote, it is not a majority perspective of the council, and so if a tie for a site would not mean that it is recommended to move forward.
And we do have a quorum even with people who are outside, so we're good to go on that. Right.
And I saw that Charlie Flyman had his hand up, and then Walter has a question.
Let Charlie go first.
Thanks, Andy. I think my question is, I recognize our interest here is to go through each site and, you know, vote on them and have the substantive discussion. Is it with respect to the process, the overall process of all the sites, will we be having any discussion or deliberation at all about that? Sort of the process by which these, or I guess the future process maybe is a better way to put it, which was, you know, part of the Part 3 approval was, you know, creating the process that allowed people to do this in the first place, and created the public process, right? So when does that start again? And are we able to have some potential comment or deliberation about that today?
So that at the last OPAC meeting, the council made a consensus motion that the next iteration of a proposal designation process would start on October 1 of 2023. Prior to that, the council they would receive a request for proposals that the state would write, basically laying out what we would hope to see from the next process and get the council's feedback. That could be, and we did talk about potential number of sites, the focus of the proposals, who would be a part of a technical evaluation group to participate in that process. So those were all elements of the next iteration of the proposal process. I didn't quite understand your question about how that relates to what we're doing today. But I would say that today is the closure of this further evaluation process which ends kind of the initial proposal process that we began way back in 2019. So maybe you could help to clarify your question if I didn't answer that for you.
No, I think that thinking back as I, was chairing this process when we were creating, sort of the public process itself, I think one of the things that OPAC identified early on and that we identified early on was that TSP Part 3 and these sites need to be maintained. So what we're talking about with the future might not be RFPs for more sites necessarily, but also maintenance of the existing sites is a big deal. We spent a lot of time kind of cleaning up and recategorizing. And so I'm thinking on that and thinking on the discussion that's already been had from public comment and maybe what we're going to hear throughout this discussion. I have some thoughts about how I would vote based on whether or not these sites would be maintained. And that was a shortcoming in the past for TSP Part 3. And I just wanted to ensure that that was part of a future process. And if not, then I'd like to be able to have the opportunity to make that recommendation. Does that clarify?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Charlie. I think that goes back to the element of agency support and involvement in a statewide interpretive kind of system that can coordinate all of the different groups across the coast so that they can have standard communication materials and messages. And I think it speaks broadly to all of the ocean management agencies that have a role in supporting this process and or in participating with these community groups on the ground. And certainly we can take up the issue of sending a recommendation again to a new governor if that's what the group wanted to do, to highlight that this effort still needs resources. If that is more specifically what you mean, then I don't know that we had that action planned for today, but we can certainly have discussions about that as a council at future meetings.
And given this will be my last meeting, I think my question, like if that opportunity could be provided, I don't want to prevent us from the what we have on task today. But I would like to be able to, while I still have my seat on OPAC, make a recommendation about that with respect to the maintenance and the ongoing sort of stewardship of Part 3, particularly given what I think are going to be a lot of chicken or the egg discussion points that are going to come up for each of these sites. That's my personal interest. So I'll stop there. Maybe I should have given that during public comment. I don't know.
Thank you, Charlie. I think it's relevant for all of us to keep that in mind. And I was imagining that we would have some of that discussion if we delve into these sites. Walter and then Joe, I think. And then I see Margaret and Fran after that. Did you still have a question?
Yeah, I did. So thanks, Andy. So I know we're striving for consensus. If we do go to votes, will there be any notes made according to the votes, whether it's say 5-4, whether that's a strong recommendation for OPAC, that's going to be 7-1, strong that recommendation, are we going to highlight whether they're not the actual vote totals are going to reflect the strength of the support of OPAC?
I think in the past, OPAC has only reported the recommendations over to the commission. That said, we will on the record, and I'll flash forward here a couple of slides. In case we need to go to a vote, I do have a sheet crafted to record everyone's votes, and that can give the commission a sense of the level of support.
I hate saying this, but that's kind of what we did during what OPAC did during the rain reserve process. Whether it was just the vote reflected a strong support.
Okay. You remember that too, Steve?
Yeah. I do recall that. I can't remember if we just included the vote count or if there was a sort of provide some context. Presentation. We recommended X number of sites, these sites. Heavily support these sites. I hate to bring that up, but yeah, I think so. I think I had darker hair back then too.
I do remember actually the vote tallies being relayed in the recommendation.
Well, thank you, Andy. And Steve.
So I think it's Joe, Margaret, and then Fran.
Sure, it was a fan.
That's okay.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to, second, I think what Charlie is getting at, if I'm clear, that at some point today, it might be worthwhile to, I know there was a letter sent by OPAC to the last governor on, support for ensuring that there's adequate implementation of these sites from the agency side. So I would second that if that's where Charlie's going with it. Regardless if he isn't, I think that's a worthwhile pursuit.
Maybe if the chair allows, we could make room for that kind of after the last of the sites.
Yeah, I was thinking that at the end, because I really do want to get through these. I think people have been waiting for 2 years, so I do want to get through them. But I think it is a good point for discussion, and I think it would be appropriate when we do transmit this to LCDC that we include that. Just in the letter, I think it to me, it kind of goes without saying, if you're going to establish these areas, maintenance is inherent to it. But reiterating that when we forward them to LCDC, I think makes sense. But we can have more discussion about that afterward, because maybe it doesn't make sense, but to me, it was just, that parcel of these.
I just think that, the key thing is there's a new government administration, and
Yeah.
actually right now, they're having a budget discussion on
They are.
natural resources, so this is
Yeah.
like totally appropriate.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, and that kind of a recommendation would help me in my communication to the commission and my advocacy for a budget in future cycles.
Perfect.
Is Fran not gonna go? I thought.
You're first.
I think you were
Oh,
first.
I'm
Yeah.
first?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
So my question is just to Chair or Andy, are we asking general questions? If we have general questions, what's a good time to ask those type of questions about the proposals?
General questions as not specific to Ecola Point or Chapman Point,
Correct.
but of the larger process.
And more toward the agencies, if we have Department of State Lands on the line. I just have a specific question for them.
Yeah, we do have general questions. If I think we should maybe ask those now.
Yeah.
Because they will inform all of our future site level discussions. So go ahead and,
Okay,
Well,
so
wait, why don't we hold your question? Let's
Yes.
get to Fran's comment, and then we can come back to questions, because other people may have questions for the state agencies too. Is that?
Thank you. I was gonna say something similar to what Joe said about the interpretation of Charlie's question. I was a little bit concerned that, okay, I'm taking off my hat because I'm concerned because of my proposal for Fogarty Creek. It seemed to me that part of what Charlie was saying was that if the agencies aren't going to step forward now to help, then we should consider that in part of our decision making. And I don't mean that's a maintenance and help is part and parcel of what, citizens are stepping up to help interpret these rocky shores and help protect them. But whether or not the agencies have capacity now, I don't think, it's a key point, but I don't think it's the decision-making point of whether sites meet goal 19 TSP objectives, conserve the long-term values, benefits, and natural resources of the nearshore ocean, maintain and protect rocky habitats and biological communities. So certainly maintenance is a required part of this protection and conserving the benefits, but I'd be concerned if lack of budget now or lack of agency capacity now would negate the need for establishing the sites. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can I clarify?
Sure, go ahead, Charlie.
I was just going to suggest it was actually just the opposite. I was kind of more getting at the evaluation of those things somewhere in the future. So often I often hear that it's a chicken or the egg. You won't get any funding until it's designated. We don't want to designate it until we have funding. Well, there's an opportunity potentially here to think about what sort of future mechanism might evaluate that. Similarly across sort of community support and concerns. And so that's kind of what I was getting at, thinking about evaluation or maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Richard has a comment, I think, on this discussion.
Yeah, Charlie mentioned that. I was thinking that there should be great benefit at some point in the future of going back and looking at all these activities to see if they're actually accomplishing what we want to do. If that's in the mix, where there's going to be a future review, that would change my perspective on a lot of these. If, for example, we go down the road, a couple of years, 10 years from now, say, all right, we have all these voluntary compliance things in place, is that working? Or do we need to add a regulatory structure on top of that? That's a potential. That's a game changer.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I guess I would say that is one of the reasons why we imagine there to be this adaptive management process for our rocky habitat sites across the coast. Because the last thing I want is for designations to exist that are meaningless on the ground, that are not doing anything to help our ecology or to help our communities understand what kinds of risks and how resilient our systems are currently. So I think that is why we wrote into part 3 that we will be going back and allowing the addition, the modification or the removal of designations that aren't meeting their intended goal. And if OPAC wanted to have a more explicit statement about doing that on a certain time cycle, I think we could certainly consider making a motion that would guide the council in that way.
That would make sense to me. I just don't know. Is that something, well, that might tie into what Margaret was talking about if we had questions for the state agencies. You know, because how much of that is going to be up to the state to be working on and tracking? So maybe we could have that discussion and come back to this.
Yeah, and just for everyone's benefit, Charlie did say that he has a motion drafted on this for consideration. So at a later time, I think, you know, we could ask him to see that.
Okay.
We want to do that.
Joe and then Margaret.
Yeah, it was my understanding from the policy document, work group developed on TSP3 is that when there would be the regular proposals that, you know, I think it was every 2 years, that was the intersection point where you could have an addition deletion there. So I think it's already kind of worked into the plan, Richard was asking about. I think it's already kind of in there. So.
Oh, Margaret. Joe.
Okay, question for the state. So just so everyone in this room is aware, tribes harvest kelp and other sea vegetables for their first foods. So my question is to DSL. I see a lot of these proposals, and I think this has been consistent this entire time, we've been just talking about tribal harvest. And we do have a policy about agreements between the state of Oregon and harvest. And in my mind, that always included things like first foods, like plants. And my question today to Department of State Lands is, are there regulations or how do they perceive those kind of agreements with that they have with tribes to access those first foods? Because I know that the commission, the ODFW commission, has agreements with some tribes for other harvest or co-management agreements with tribes. And I'm not sure that kelp is considered in those, and several of our proposals have kelp included as a target recommendation.
Yeah, I think that is a good question for Blake. I would also just reference that the Governor Brown administration did give directives to agency directors, so parks, DLCB, ODFW, that any new designations that come out of this process would not impact a tribe's existing allowable uses rights. And so that is it's a governor's directive to agencies.
Existing, yes.
Yes. That's exactly. Blake, do you want to step in and comment?
Absolutely. I just caveat, I'm not the tribal liaison for our department. And I'm, not aware of any policy that we have that specifically addresses this. But I will say that, commercial taking of kelp is not allowed, but personal taking, we don't have any restrictions on, personal taking, which I believe OPRD sets at, oh gosh, I can't remember the limit. Laurel, maybe you can refresh our memory. But, we don't have any restrictions that would prohibit the tribes from, a first taking. So I don't know if there is a conflict in that. And I hope that addresses the question. If not, let me know and I'm happy to elaborate further.
Yeah, Laurel provided in the chat that it's 1 gallon for souvenir use, but excludes tribal use.
Thank you, Laurel.
Restrictions. The restriction, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was
I'm clear.
Yeah.
Anybody but the tribe gets it.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for the state agencies? And general questions about all of these? Anybody online?
I'm not seeing any hands raised or chats.
Okay.
Actually, there is a Guy Rodriguez. Sorry.
OPRD?
OPRD.
Yeah. Thanks. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I'm going to try to do my best to fill in for Laurel to give her a little bit of reprieve here in India. I'm not sure if this is the most appropriate time to share this comment, but kind of speaks to some of the capacity discussions that were happening a few moments ago. So really this is in regards to some of the regulatory management recommendations and field concerns over capacity, which I think, to be candid, reflects the reality of rule enforcement effectiveness and the reactive nature of rule enforcement as a whole. And we haven't seen much in the way of positive effects to resource protection like we do with education and communication efforts. So I was really encouraged to hear so much dialogue around involving interpretation and outreach in some of these proposals. And secondarily, I think somewhat related to the regulatory management recommendations are how are they developed using consistent standards for evaluating site conditions, specifically relating to site degradation over time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, then why don't we get into the sites?
Okay. Well, for our first site discussion, we are going to take a look at the Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area. This was proposed by the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition. You can see a map of the area on the summary. It follows the coastline for approximately 3.5 miles. And it encompasses really the rocky headland component of Ecola Point. There are lots of key natural resources in the area with high relief rocky formations, extensive tide pools, mussel beds, rebounding population sea stars, and many other animals. This is a crucial habitat area for seals, sea lions, and is a home for nesting shorebirds and seabirds. Ecola Point was included in the original 1994 Rocky Shores Management Plan as an area with a complex mixture of resources and high usage. It suggested more detailed study and assessment before designation into a management category. There has been a significant amount of stakeholder outreach associated with this site, as well as the companion site, which is the Chapman Point site just to the south. And the engagement of the community has taken many forms: in-person meetings, letters, webinars, public meetings, presentations, and there has been enthusiastic support from many local entities like the City of Cannon Beach Police Department, the Haystack Rock Awareness Program, Friends of Haystack Rock, the North Coast Land Conservancy, and the Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. There have been significant changes from the 2020 proposal that reflects the group's facilitation, cooperation, and coordination. And tribes have expressed and reiterated that they want to be engaged in those early outreach efforts as projects are developed. From a management overview perspective, they are focusing on interpretation of tide pool ecology and natural resources instead of new regulations. And the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition will coordinate among entities, including agencies, research institutions, and organizations on a system of monitoring and surveying of wildlife, marine debris, and engage in the education of trained volunteers to help the public interact with and experience these places without causing further degradation. Education at that is associated with this area will mostly take place at the companion site, the Chapman Point site, although they have a desire to collaborate with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department on interpretive programs at Ecola Point, including signage up at the top of the trails before users go down to the beach. There's a whole set of non-regulatory management recommendations. These are the things that they would like to do that don't require rule amendments. So updating some of the signs, parking lots, building on the capacity of the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition that has a project going to monitor black oyster catcher nests, cormorant nests. They intend to begin sea star surveys in cooperation with some research institutes like the Partnership for the Interdisciplinary Studies of Coastal Oceans, PISCO, and marine debris surveys with Coast Watch and NOAA. They have documented support from the Haystack Rock Awareness Program, Friends of Haystack Rock, the North Coast Land Conservancy, and Oregon Shores. And they intend to create a schedule of volunteers and tools for educational outreach during the low tide windows of the year. They'd like to partner with state parks to add to or update the signage at Ecola Creek State Park, and to create messaging and talking points that can be delivered to the public. Moving on to the regulatory management recommendations. This site would have no additional regulations related to fish harvest, either commercial or recreational. Invertebrate harvest, there would be status quo of no harvest for commercial, where there is some take for scientific research. And then in recreational, no harvest except for single mussels that may be taken for bait that would be used in recreational fishing. For marine plant harvest, there would be no harvest of at the commercial scale of any marine aquatic vegetation. And in the recreational sense, there would be no harvest as well, consistent with existing OPRD rules in state parks, I believe. But there may be some harvest of algae for scientific permit only. As a, yes, Steve.
Where there's the change of the word, it does not indicate.
Yeah.
If you just clarify, it's not indicated that there's.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so Steve asked me to highlight an asterisk on this summary underneath that identifies a rule change required. And we don't see any here, but I'm not sure that that's correct. Yeah, okay. I do want to note in this proposal that there were recommendations in the original proposal that have been retracted. Those include boats. There was originally a recommendation for a 500-foot buffer. That has been retracted. There was a recommendation for having a leash requirement. That has been retracted, and the intent is to shift to the non-regulatory outreach and messaging. And there was a original recommendation about no climbing on the rocks, and that has been retracted as well. Again, shifting those to only non-regulatory outreach. I believe there was also some rules related to fireworks and flying of kites, but those have also been retracted because the community worked together with the city of Cannon Beach on a firework ordinance, and they did retract the disturbance via heights as well. So that's a high-level summary. There has been a big group of people working on this, and we do have I think Jesse Jones here who can speak to any questions of the site that we may have. There are a couple of chats. Let me check real quickly. Okay, she's clarifying that there aren't existing rules for the ocean shore for algae harvest, but it would be consistent with other existing designated sites. Though it would require rulemaking because we don't currently have marine conservation area in Oregon parks rules.
No, Laurel.
And that's Laurel commenting. Yeah, so, I see Karina with her hand up. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify this point and what Steve was saying about which ones of those require asterisks next to them.
Yeah.
Which ones are actual rule changes versus which ones are just status quo. I'm assuming obviously the ones that say status quo or status quo. The other ones I have a question mark about. Invertebrate harvest was not recommended. I'm sorry, mentioned just now. And it looks like recreational, it's no harvest except for single mussel. I'm just not sure if that's a change or status quo. Yeah.
So Laurel indicates that the algae would need an asterisk for a rule change. And I believe that the invertebrates would also need a rule change as well.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I'm getting some clarification from staff, but there are asterisks required for some of the fish and wildlife harvest. So you just mentioned invertebrates, but I'm getting clarification on which boxes need an asterisk. So there are some edits there. I think we can keep going and circle back to me maybe after additional discussion to get clarification on that.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I believe the intent of the group wasn't to impact either commercial or recreational fishing in this area. So I think in the invertebrate rules are like the only ones you would need to change if you need to change them.
Andy, maybe could we ask Jessie to come up and then go through and see if OPAC has any questions for her and then get into discussion? Would that seem like a logical way to?
Sure.
I was just thinking she might be able to answer some of these because she may have been in touch with some of that. Welcome.
Thank you.
So now I'm going to ask the OPAC to have any questions for Jessie. She is one of the proposers of this and has been working on this. Richard.
I'm curious about the regulatory language required to withdraw. Went into opposition on the regulatory part of this, or if you withdraw it because you think there's other protections in place that would not necessitate that?
So your question was, why was some of the regulatory language withdrawn?
Yeah.
Because conversations and meetings with, mostly with state park personnel. So in terms of like dog leashing, for example, we were told that if we kept that language, that would be the only part on the post that required the dogs being leashed on the beach. So it would really stand out. And as for others, there were just a number of conversations. So we decided to retract so that this proposal would be more appealing generally.
Any other questions from OPAC members? Walter.
Yeah, I think I asked this last time too. Is there a reason why you went for a conservation area and an education area when their goals and the duties are basically the same? I'm looking at both the proposals and they're both pretty much the same. Is there a reason why you went for a conservation area in one area and then went for an education area in the other one?
Yeah, so initially, if you remember, both were proposed, both Chapman and DePola were proposed as MCA. And then again, through conversations and interactions with the public and with others, it seemed that Chapman, which we're not talking about right now, but I'll bring that up, actually made more sense as a marine education area. So that it could intercept people that were moving into Ecola Point. So,
Okay, so when you say intercept people, is in the future, you're talking about possibly restricting access then?
no. What by intercept, I mean greet people and provide education to them. So roving volunteers is in the proposal. There's kind of there's a very, to get into the Corner Point from Chapman Point, there has to be like basically a negative tide. And there is access to, and people do take advantage of that. People know the tide boats that go there. And so Chapman Point is a great place to actually have a marine education area, like the Marine Garden. Just that is, there's another one, as you know, about a mile south of there, Haystack Rock. So Chapman Point is highly accessible. A lot of people go there. And so that's why it made more sense to change to a marine education area.
Okay, and just. Can I go on with the Chapman because they are connected, or should we just stay on Nicola? Because there's a couple things that she brought up as far as being a gateway to the other area.
I think you can, because we'll get there and they are closely related, so that's one thing to keep in mind, but anything that we talk about with Chapman, you know, we are gonna be voting on them one by one, so just, we need to keep that in mind too.
Okay, I understand. So I see that one of your oyster catchers and nesting, and I know that's a very, sensitive species right now. We went over this in the working group, and were there to be some further designations on these oyster catchers, do you see that down the road restriction could be access could be restricted because of any further designations of more protections on these birds? So one of the things that our outreach during the proposal, during the process was access should not be denied. But I'm asking if I don't see any next goals, whether or not if there's future protections needed for these oyster catchers, will you be asking for restrictions in the future for this conservation area? Because that is one of the tools that you can be using for that.
No.
So you're saying that you will never be asking for restrictions on this area, even though that's part of it, that's a tool used in conservation area.
I don't think I can answer that question, Walter.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Does anybody have any questions online? Okay. Thank you. Okay, up for discussion. Do we have what are the pros and what are the cons of the site? And we've got some our clarifying questions. Do we want to talk about? Okay, do we all need coffee? Okay, Richard.
I'll get this off my chest right now. So, if you remember at the last meeting, I raised some concern about the lack of regulatory structure here when we're using the term protect, which every single person has heard today that we want to protect this area. I come at this from a long history of wildlife protection and regulation. That's what I did for a living. The idea of using unpaid volunteers to interact with the public, explain the regulation or the support to these areas is a great strategy to me. But I don't consider that the same thing as management of these resources. I'm very concerned, and the reason I asked the question is that down the road, when we review these site designations, if there is an obvious need to change the regulatory structure to protect black oyster catchers, but we can have it down. If we're going to just kick this one down and say this is it, then I'm going to have a hard time supporting it because of the lack of regulation, and because even though they're trained people, when you're expecting unpaid volunteers to kind of be the go-between between the resource and the public, I think you're putting them in an unusual place. The notion to me that we would allow dogs to run loose in a designated site where we've identified it as important ethnic habitat. Some of these are identified as seal haul spot. And I realize those have a different way of protecting. I'm pretty skeptical about that. Or remain that way. So, 2 cents worth of the problem that I see here is concerned.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Joe.
I'm not gonna comment on this site specifically, but just in general, because there are a number of proposals that go towards this non-regulatory mechanism, and I think that, that's clearly something that was designed by the working group to have that as an important component to these proposals, and so I think it's a little unfair to ding proposers for following your plan. And second, I'll just say that, I think the real advantage of having stewardship on the beach is that they can alert parks, rangers, about any, obviously they can't regulate, the volunteers and stewards cannot do enforcement, but they can be the eyes and ears on the beach, and that's the big part of this. And I'd also like to say Black Oyster Catcher, we run a Black Oyster Catcher monitoring program, and the stewardship of these sites has been shown through research that it can actually, if you have boots on the ground, it can actually protect these birds better, during a critical nesting period, without regulation. So I think that's, an advantage in a lot of ways. You're getting people to steward the sites, to care about birds, to educate other people, and you're doing it without the need for regulation. I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Joe. Fran and then Peggy.
There is a comment in the chat from Sean Stevenson of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who did say in there that if black oyster catcher is ever listed on the Endangered Species Act, then critical habitat will come into play. And that would be at the scale of the state. We would be looking at habitats for this species across its range. And so certainly something like that could come to the state in the future, but that, it was not part of this proposal. And I think you've heard some of the rationale why.
Fran and then Peggy and then Karina.
I tend to agree with what Richard Heap said, that it's regulations are important, but as a proposer, again, taking off my OPAC hat, actually for all the sites, so I'll be part of it on. The reason that a lot of these proposals got changed over time was because of agency pushback. Agency said, no, we can't do any more enforcement. We don't have the resources. Don't make us enforce. So this motion at the end of, we're going to get to it today, about sending a letter to the governor's office asking for resources. We really need the capacity to be able to have, down the line, if not today, of having laws and having enforcement of those laws and not having it just be a paper exercise. But at the same time, I do agree how effective education can be, but there's always bad actors, and we kind of need the law to back it up. The city of Depot Bay has had nothing but trouble with illegal fireworks and people going over fences and trampling on oyster catcher nests. So it's been an issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fran. I forget who I have. Okay, we are getting some comments in the chat that it's hard to hear. So we do need to make sure we speak up and speak close to the microphone. So Peggy and then Karina.
Hold on, let me just check. Are people hearing me online currently? Or did we have a technical gremlin?
Gotcha.
You got me. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, Charlie, can you hear me? This is Peggy Joyce.
I can hear you, Peggy. Thanks.
Thank you. I would just like to weigh in here as a member of the public and say, let us not make the good be strangled in the face of the perfect. This is not, we're not going to save the planet through these proposals, but it certainly is a heck of a huge step forward for the communities that have backed these ideas that were put to them. This is the community speaking to us. And so far, we have more regulations on the books, and I think this is the pushback from the agencies, that they can't even enforce. So what good is it to have another regulation that will stop the implementation of an educational program that is desperately needed along these sites? I took a week out of my life to travel each of these sites in May. I made appointments with each of the potential proposers, and I had them walk me through the sites. And I have to tell you that at the site we're talking about now, Ecola Point, there were people out there who were walking a dog off leash. And I was walking with the proposers, and we ran into them, and it was a family that had had a wedding before, and so all the family members were there and they were walking the beach. And I said to them, I said, this is interesting that you have your dog off leash in this area, because did you know that there are nesting birds right now that this dog will be very interested in visiting? And they put the leash on the dog. I don't think you need the I don't think I could, if I had said, you're breaking the law here, I think that would have raised their hackles. And what would be the point of that? We want people to be supportive of an environment that they don't really know exists. They go down there because it's beautiful, but what makes it beautiful? What has created this? No one knows. No one knows. The general public is the general public, and they know they want to go down because they can run on the beach. So I think there's great value in having an educational component built into each one of these proposals that relies on the support of the community and the vested interest of educational programs to bring knowledge to people who are very grateful for it. The people that I met on the beach that I talked to were very happy and wanted more science. They wanted more information. They wanted to talk to somebody who could give them some information. So, I mean, really, do not kill the baby and throw the bathwater out at the same time. This is not why we're here. So we're not going to solve the problem of regulation or the ecology of the beach through these proposals, but we're going to take a step forward.
Follow up on that?
Sure.
Yeah, as someone who writes regulations, I observed this interaction once. Ranger saying to someone, that dog shall be on a leash. So watch the person put the leash on the dog, but then not hang on to the leash. The dog was ready to drag the leash. And I said to myself, okay, so write that rule. It's got to say shall be on a leash and under control of the person holding the leash. So I very much appreciate the comment.
And it was interesting because this group continued to walk on, and we walked in a different direction, and I watched them. The dog stayed on the leash. They did not take that leash off. They also loved the beach. So,
Who doesn't love the beach?
yeah, you tap into what really engenders an attachment, a point of contact.
Thank you, Peggy. Steve, Karina.
Thank you. And thank you, Peggy, for your remarks. I almost feel like mine might be moot. I was just gonna say, I asked for clarification on the regulations. I was interested in this sort of, what are the teeth, or, what is the kind of the muscle behind this? And I'll just say, as somebody new to this council, the amount of public involvement, the love, and the, affection for the beaches and the sites that people are proposing, the importance of culture change and stewardship is way more powerful than a regulation. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. So I won't go on. I just wanted to echo that.
Thank you, Karina. Joe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say too that I know there's been a little bit of criticism around the agencies, because of capacity, which is an issue for sure. But I also want to shout out the great work of like the park rangers. And we Audubon helps monitor snowy plovers with volunteers on the North Coast, and we've created some really good relationships with park rangers, so we can alert them to exactly when there's issues going on, and they're down there. And they really, it's just been a great collaboration. So I just want to say that we really do appreciate all the work of the agencies. They are, in a lot of cases, strapped with capacity. But this can be a synergistic, getting people on the ground, working with the rangers on the ground in this case is a really great kind of teamwork effort. So some see that.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting we put up cards. Okay. Margaret and then Richard, unless we have anybody else online. I haven't seen anybody, but I think I'm check. Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know the best way to do this hybrid. It's a little difficult. I could just hold my hand up, but I might get a little tired. I just wanted to, I have a comment that goes under other. I think it's not something on the minds of most of us, maybe reviewing these proposals or the proposers themselves when they were submitting them. But maybe early sometime in this process, I had a conversation with Bob Bailey, and he was there, I think, on the ground in 1994. And at one point during our conversation, we did discuss natural resource damage assessments, and that being one of the reasons that some of these sites were in the proposal, the 1994 proposal. I was going to bring it all with me to try to look at it again, but probably best not to. And some of them never really went into regulation. They just kind of sat there in the proposal or in the strategy itself. And for the benefit of those sites, I mean, there is something to say for valuing those, identifying and valuing some of the characteristics of a site for a natural resource damage assessment, because when there is a potential accident that happens on shore, so a spill or some ship becomes uncontrollable and something happens like that, then we have some of those characteristics to kind of assess and values to fold into that assessment. So I don't know where exactly that fits really in any of our formal assessments, but I just want to say that because I'm trying to remember the history of the 2 years, and it's hard to remember all the things that have happened, but that was one of them. So.
Great. Thank you, Margaret. I have Richard, and then I see Charlie online.
Well, I hope you didn't misinterpret my remark that Mike felt think the information lot was valuable. I do. I appreciate the amount of community outreach that has occurred, and I believe that's a great step. I do. Having been on the warm side of the badge, as I call it, my concern is that. So we have had comments about all these people can observe in a report. However, if you observe a report, something that is not an actionable item, what law enforcement officer is supposed to do? When you come down and talk to me, at some point, you're going to have some regulatory structure if you're going to have an actual protection program. I think the outreach thing is what I would call a great management strategy. The goal of enforcement, at least in the wildlife business, and then this also is voluntary compliance. That's what you're after, not writing a lot of tickets. And you get that with what you're talking about. But maybe I'm jaundiced in my 30 years of doing this, but I promise you, you don't write the laws for the 90% of the people that comply, you write it for the 10% that don't, because at some point you have to deal with that. I can tell you from my experience as a citizen of coastal Oregon, I mean, I haven't been here all my life, but I've been here 20 years, so I at least qualify now as a local.
No, not yet.
I'll just give you the perspective of my neighbor. And what, it's heresy to say, now we don't like her. But at the same time, we find ourselves not being able to use sites that we used 20 years ago. We find that driving Highway 101 is getting hazardous because of the number of cars that are parked along the road that we can't deal with, that are attracted to these sites. those people are looking for our sites to be protected. They're concerned about the coastline. They're concerned about these special places that we are using. And they're concerned about protecting. Well, for future uses. So, you know, I want to be clear, I'm not at all opposed to what the proposals are for volunteers to go out and help. I think it's a great strategy. But I'm just telling you, at some point, I believe we're gonna have to look at this again and see if what we're proposing here works. If it does, I will be astounded and ecstatic about it. If it doesn't, then we need to take another look.
Great, thank you. Okay, I have Charlie online, then Andy, and then Ray. But we do need to move on, so. Just a time check, we want to get through all this stuff. Okay. Charlie,
Yeah, thanks. You know, I have thought a lot about these sites, and I've thought a lot about what Richard's talking about, and I've had similar concerns as Richard with paper parking and otherwise. But you know, I go back to some of the things that Peggy said, and also the changes that have been addressed from the constituents that I had concerns with on this site, or that had concerns about this site. And I think that not saying it's special doesn't help us protect it. And I think that not doing anything doesn't help the interest of these individuals to protect it more. And I think that there's more value in doing something and providing some opportunity to assess whether or not that achieved its goals or it created unintended impacts or consequences. If we can have that safe sort of process in there, that keeps me as a yes. And I think we have that, and we've developed that with the RFP process, and I'll probably have a motion later about that. But I lean more on this because a lot of the concerns from my constituents have been addressed. If we can find good indicators over time to measure and monitor the site, the community support, the existing programs at Haystack Rock Awareness that has a lot of history and knowledge of how to interact with state agencies, and the potential to turn something that isn't designated now into better protected tomorrow. I think if this is that opportunity, then it's a risk I'm willing to take.
thank you, Charlie. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. As I have participated in these discussions over the last couple of years, one of the things I've been frustrated by is the lack of data and information to be able to help us to understand how these sites are really doing. And I have, it's since 1994, there have been some programs that have done research and observations about these places, but it has not been comprehensive in any way, shape, or form. And one of the things that I'm excited about from these community groups and the perspective that they can bring is, I want to empower our citizens to help us make observations, because state agencies have not been able to do this on our own. And I think one of the, so that's what excites me about all of these proposals, is that there's a community of people who's come together that said that this place is important to them, and they're willing to put time and effort. And I think it's my job, if these move forward, to help these communities of people help us observe them better. That's creating metrics for understanding human and wildlife disturbance. So how many dogs off the leash are people seeing? How frequently is this happening? How frequently are we having breeding nest failures in places where there's that kind of activity occurring? We don't know the answer to those questions because our data hasn't been good enough to tell us. And so I just wanted to let the group know that as these communities move forward, if these sites are implemented, that is one of the things that I want to prioritize is helping them by creating a system of data collection and observation and using the eyes of these communities to help us really understand how these places are changing. Because I know these places have changed in the last 20 years. As a kid, I visited Nicola Point and Cape Falcon and others, and I know there's a difference, but it's hard to put your finger on the pulse of what that is. And I think this is an opportunity. So I really like what Charlie said about the communities being able to identify these places as special and put some special attention on them. So that's just a little bit of the perspective I wanted to provide after partaking in these dialogues.
Cool. Thank you, Andy. Ray.
So just a real quick clarification on all of these are regulatory management recommendations. So when you come down here to the recreational, and it says no harvest in all categories except single mussels. Doesn't our state parks people have the ability to write a ticket for somebody that harvests other things than that if this passes?
Yes, they would.
So this becomes rule. So that's a law, isn't it? Sorry, this becomes a rule, which is a law or not. So
Yes.
then the regulation
Yeah,
is.
there would be additional rules put in place that guide how people interact in this place.
So I know our state parks people do issue tickets down, or we already have this in place in Pacific City. And they already do that. I just wanted to say, I thought that's what it was. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and Laurel is clarifying in the chat here that they wouldn't, and that would be the Oregon State Police that would enforce it, but the rule would be in place for them to enforce. And in places where there are community agreements to work with state police or the local police can enforce some of these mechanisms where there are agreements, then it.
So then in fact, the state parks people would have to get OSP to come down. And that's
Yes.
what they already do.
Yeah, that's what they do. Or the sheriff is just.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions or comments for discussion before we decide to move forward or not move forward with this? Oh, Jamie.
I would like to move that we move forward to accept Nicola Point as an MCA.
Second.
Second. Okay. Okay, so first I'd like appreciate that. I would just like to take the temperature and see, do we have consensus? I would really like to see if we have consensus on moving these forward or not moving forward. Move forward. Does everybody nod, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up? Down. Okay, Andy, I'm not seeing online.
So, yeah,
But we do have some thumbs down. So I think we're going to need to take a vote. Just to be clear.
I think we will need to vote.
Okay. Okay, so Jamie.
Hold on, let me walk. Yep. This here.
I want to make sure I know how many voting members we have.
Yes.
So as we're doing this, I'll just call the roll to help facilitate this process. So Joe?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Oh, we're
Sorry.
not voting.
No, we are, but I just want to make sure that you have the motion.
The motion would be that the council needs to establish or to recommend to establish the Nicola Point for designation as a marine conservation area.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure that we were all clear on what we're voting on. So, okay. So now
Joe
Joe.
is yes.
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Walter?
No.
Jamie?
Yes.
Margaret?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Richard?
Yeah.
John Paul is absent. Tara?
Yes.
Bob Main is absent. Charlie?
Yes.
Peggy
Yes.
and David is absent. So the motion passes.
We have 10, so I'll take this.
For
Just
Andy,
go-
for record keeping purposes, I think we need to change the attendance record on the left. I think you'll note that, but we do not have David in attendance. And was there someone else? I think that's Bob is a no. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure we change David.
Bob is not here.
Bob is not here.
Right.
John is not here.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, we had 10 members vote. 9-1, and with a quorum present and 10 members voting, the rule requires 6 votes in favor to pass it. So motion carries.
For record keeping purposes, I just also wanted to make sure we noted that the motion was provided by Jamie and I think was seconded by Susan.
Seconded by Peggy.
Second was by Peggy.
Oh, Peggy, sorry. It's hard to tell over who's speaking.
No worries, no worries. Thank you, Tara.
Yes, thank you.
And I did notice that Laurel had her hand up. Laurel, did you have a question or a comment? Your hand popped up right in the middle when we were taking the vote, so. Oh, okay.
No.
I just saw your chat. We're good.
One down, 5 to go.
Okay. We're gonna get through a few more before lunch, and I don't even know what time it is. Okay. So moving on to Chapman Point. And, yes, Andy, I guess that's up to you to go over, and Desi is here too, so if we have questions, we can bring her back up to the table, and I just the mic.
Right. So the Chapman Point Marine Education Area is another site that was proposed. As mentioned earlier, this was developed in conjunction but proposed separately with the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition and the Ecola site, which is passed. 2 specific site goals were to preserve and strengthen ecological integrity, including existing marine life, fish, seabird, and shorebird nesting areas for long-term sustainability. The second is to provide an opportunity for public outreach and education to help achieve the first goal, and to help educate members of the public that are walking north toward the Ecola Point. The location is just south of Ecola Point, and the site boundaries encompass slightly from the north of the Rocky Point there to slightly to the south. Key natural resources that exist at this location include at least 24 bird colonies of high importance, numerous black oyster catcher nests, places for harbor seal pups and adults to haul out, with a large diversity of rocky intertidal organisms, marine invertebrates and plants. Large boulders dot the beach, and caves lie at the bottom of some of the cliffs. Similar to the Ecola Point site, there's been 2 years of outreach in multiple formats to the local community. The same entities that supported the Ecola Point site also support this site as well. So that includes the City of Cannon Beach, Haystack Rock Awareness Program, Friends of Haystack Rock, North Coast Land Conservancy, and Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. And there are changes from the 2020 proposal that reflect the facilitated conversation that has occurred between the proposal groups, the local communities, and state and federal agencies. From a management overview perspective, the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition has been monitoring the area's wildlife and providing peer-to-peer education for 2 years at Chapman Point. This is especially during the low tide windows that occur. And there has been, in that time, a greater public awareness of state parks rules as well as other rules in the area. Especially a rule that went into effect in March 2022 that prohibits the recreational take of sea stars. They have a number of non-regulatory management recommendations that they have provided. They want to continue to build that information resource knowledge base that I mentioned. Using the existing North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition to monitor the black oyster catcher nests and cormorant nests, and to begin sea star surveys in cooperation with PISCO and marine debris surveys in cooperation with Coastal Action NOAA. They have documented support from those local entities, Haystack Rock Awareness Program, Friends of, the same entities that I've already mentioned. They want to partner with state parks to add to or update informational signs, especially at the 7th Street entry area. That's kind of a public street area immediately on shore. They want to work with Parks and Recreation to create messaging and talking points to the public and have opportunities for beach rangers to meet volunteers on the beach once per season. From a management recommendations perspective, this would be consistent with the other marine educational area designations we have in the state. So there would be no additional commercial or recreational harvest of fish, in that there's no regulations on them. Not that there's no actions, but no additional regulations. There would be status quo on commercial invertebrates harvest, which is that there really isn't commercial harvest, and recreational harvest would be prohibited at the site except for single mussels for bait. Moving over to marine aquatic vegetation or plants, there would be no harvest of commercial algae. Again, there may be scientific take only in the intertidal and or in the recreational. There would be no harvest of some marine aquatic vegetation. Similar to the Ecola Point conversation, they did retract a number of the recommendations that they had in their original proposal, especially those related to a boat distance buffer, shore, the leash, dog leash rule, and or climbing and or trampling on rocks. So in summary, they have a shared goal to safeguard Chapman Point with the Ecola Point area as part of an interconnected system in that part of the coast. And the marine educational area really fit much better in this location because it would be the educational gateway that people would then access Ecola Point from. And is an opportunity to educate the public before they get to a marine conservation area at Ecola Point. And in this site, in particular, stewardship and public education would be focused on at the point itself. Again, with roving volunteers at low tide, providing that on-site interpretation. So that is the summary of Chapman Point. And I think I will open the floor for discussion and or any questions.
Yeah. Do we have any questions for Jesse? Okay. And I'm not seeing any online either. Although Laurel Hillman did just put a note in the chat that we probably need to fix the asterisk in this table too. Some rule changes will be required.
Yeah,
Same as-
it would be the same as the Ecola.
Very cool. Okay, so discussion on this. Pros, cons, Jamie.
Makes total sense to have this entrance site be acknowledged and according to being.
Jamie, can you talk into the
Oh,
mic?
sorry.
Yep.
It makes, from the site specific goals, it makes total sense that this site should be connected to Ecola. And as a gateway educational site in protection for its own right, but also for the protection of Ecola. It makes sense that these go together. I would move if this would also be moved forward to LCD for approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion, and who seconded? Walter, okay. So do we have more discussion on this? Do we have anybody online who'd like to comment or talk about this?
I'm not seeing any OPAC member hands raised.
Okay. So my wish was granted that we move through these quickly. Okay, Andy, we have a motion and second on, so do we need to take a vote? I'm assuming.
Do we ask for consensus?
Do we have consensus? Good.
This is Tara, just for a point of order. Do we need a motion if we are doing something on consensus based? If there's a motion on the table, do we have to vote on it? I actually just don't know. Steve, Andy.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, once a motion is made, it is on the table. If it is not seconded, then the motion can fall off the table. If it is seconded, then the group has to either seek consensus or take a vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so. Steve, anything else to add, or are we good?
No.
Okay, I saw consensus, I saw no
So
votes.
in the room here, we had
Put 'em down.
nodded heads for yes.
Yeah.
Is there anybody online who does not? Any OPAC member, Tara's provided a thumbs up for yes. Is she our only voting member online?
Charlie.
And Charlie. Charlie, want to make sure you have consensus with the motion to move Chapman Point forward as a marine educational area.
Okay.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Okay,
Okay.
we'll move that one forward. We got 2 down. Thank you.
I will fill this out.
And thank you, Jesse, for being here. Are you sticking around for the rest too? Okay.
He doesn't, he doesn't move, I will.
Okay, we're moving on to Cape Lookout.
It's fast drive.
Yeah.
Wish I could make that.
Okay. So I am providing a summary of the Cape Lookout site now. This is was proposed by the Audubon Society of Lincoln County as a marine conservation area. The map shown here provides the area that has been modified over time. So this boundary, you see the area begins on the north side of the Cape, far enough out so that you can't get there tide pooling. And then it wraps around the Cape all the way towards the south side of the Cape. The key natural resources in the Cape Lookout area include that it's an undisturbed kind of old growth forest standard, where the forest drops dramatically into the sea at Cape Lookout there. There are extensive tide pools, most easily accessed from Camp Merriweather or from the trail coming down from the parking lot at the top of the hill. The area had a significant kelp forest, and it has recently experienced a rapid decline. So this was one of the areas where there was a persistent kelp bed for many years. but that has changed. There is a sea cave and a marine mammal haulout at the cave's tip. And the south cliff face supports nesting seabird colonies, representing significant number of birds of 8 different species. There was a significant amount of community outreach in this proposal as well. It included webinars, social media posts, in-person conversations, phone calls, newspaper articles, and videos. A broad spectrum of stakeholders provided input, including charter boats, commercial fishers, educators, environmental groups, faith-based groups, local governments, the Pacific Dory Fleet, tribes, and watershed councils. Audubon Society of Lincoln County listened to these groups' interests and concerns as they shaped the management recommendations of the site. And there were a number, 17 letters of support from, which included endorsements from the city of Garibaldi, Natural Resources Manager for the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde, and the Boy Scouts of America Cascade chapter that owns and manages Camp Maryville. The management overview of this site is that it would be focused on education, community engagement, and monitoring, rather than new regulation. And they want to emphasize the recommendations are designed to meet the site goal, which is to conserve to the highest degree possible the ecological functions of the rocky habitat resources in order to provide long-term ecological, economic, and social benefits for current and future generations. That sounds right out of Goal 19. Just as an aside. And community engagement includes a biennial state of the Cape Symposium. And this is an idea and an ideal platform to foster collaboration with community groups and fishing interests. Excuse me. Collaboration between agencies, tribal nations, and other interested individuals. And the symposium would be a way to routinely evaluate the progress toward achieving these goals, especially the kelp restoration goal. And the commitment of the volunteer groups has been demonstrated by ongoing efforts to restore the kelp forests. As an aside, we'll hear from Tom Calvini's at lunch about the Oregon Kelp Alliance efforts, of which Cape Lookout is a site that they have focused on. They do have a number of non-regulatory management recommendations. They want to encourage the consideration of climate change and management decisions. They want to maintain access for all existing uses. They want to collaborate among agencies, research institutions, and organizations on kelp restoration. And they place no restrictions on boat access in Anchorage. From an educational perspective, they hope to educate users of the site about rocky habitats, mostly through Camp Merriweather and signage. And they would like to educate boaters and drone users on how to avoid and minimize seabird and wildlife disturbance. From a community engagement perspective, they want to implement a stewardship program. They want to enact community science focused on kelp restoration, and again, hold that biennial state of the Cape Symposium. In monitoring and research, they hope that they can help to understand climate change impacts to rocky habitats. And the site would be a good candidate site for monitoring the effectiveness of kelp forest restoration efforts. From a regulatory management recommendation perspective, they are asking for no change in fish harvest, either commercial or recreation. That means no changes to existing regulations. And in the invertebrate harvest category, in the subtitle, there would be no change proposed, but there would be intertidal closure of invertebrate harvest. Not aware of any commercial invertebrate harvest, but that would be closed. And in recreational, there would be no change to the subtitle rules. And there would be a partial closure in the invertebrate for some of the commonly harvested species. On the algae harvest, there already is no commercial harvest allowed. And in the recreational, they would like to close the subtidal kelp harvest and intertidal harvests. So they would really like to limit the ability to harvest kelp, and I think that goes towards understanding the restoration efforts. Again, there would be no change to the ability of boaters to access or anchor in the area, as we've heard of the importance for safety for our fishers who are out on the water. So I think I'll just go ahead and stop there and then open the floor for questions.
Okay, we do have Kent and Steve here, who are two of the proposers or to the supporters of this. So if we have questions for them. Richard, did you have a question for them? Or, oh. Anybody online have questions for the proponents of this site? Oh, Jamie, sorry, I missed you.
We heard, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, we heard from Ray earlier about contact with your group for this site. Can you comment on that discussion?
Welcome, Kent.
Welcome. For the record, I'm Kent Doty with Lincoln City Audubon.
Really trying to get
Closer to your.
Is this one now? Can you hear me better? Closer. Can you hear me? Now? Okay. A little intimidating. I'm Kent Doty with Audubon Society of Lincoln City. And to comment to that, Jamie, 2020, as we all know, when proposals came in, was a strange year. We had COVID, we had unprecedented wildfires. We did what outreach we could. We didn't get everybody at that go around, and we could go down to the docks or the beach and you're the only person there. It was noted, and the working group noted that we did a great job on outreach, but missed particular groups in general outreach. Since that time, we've done a lot of outreach. I walked the docks in Garibaldi, have spent time down on Cape Kiwanda Beach. I've reached out by emails, phone calls, talked to charter boats out of Garibaldi, talked to a number of the Joy Fleet, tried to reach Ray on a number of times, but one thing, we've lost a lot of great community members in Pacific City. And so in the past, I talked to Craig Leonard, who was past chairman, and an outstanding person. So what we heard from the fishermen was, we're fine with, we're all about conservation, but we don't want to see restrictions on fishing and access, and anchorage is important. That's what we built into our proposal. There was concerns, like Ray mentioned, about the future, what's going to happen down the line. Would there be future restrictions? I can't offer that guarantee because that's in my authority. But we intentionally, Andy, you mentioned that our goal looks a lot like goal 19, and that was intentional, that we wanted economic and social benefits on par with ecological. And so to, in the future, restrict fishing, you'd have to unwind goal 19. And that was kind of our thinking when we came up with that goal, is because for us, conservation is effective if you have people invested and involved in it. And Ray mentioned people that go down on a bank and fish off the rocks. That's me. So I want to see fishing last. But we made a big effort to try to reach out. And my apologies for early COVID times not getting everything. And I'd like to follow up on that, to see if anybody on OPAC or any of the agency members could comment on what Ray termed as mission crawl. I've never seen that term before, but it makes sense to me now.
Well, I will just respond and comment by saying that we purposely put the adaptive management system of removing, proposing new sites or changing existing sites so that we can respond to the ecological needs of the day. And we don't know what those are going to be, but we can promise a public process by which any future changes to these areas will go through a rigorous discussion of if and why the changes are needed. And the council at that time will be able to weigh in and deliberate at that time for the best outcome for the state.
Did that answer your question, Jamie?
Yes, and I see a sort of a allegory with how we use beaches and snowy plover habitat. How they are restricted, you're restricted now, in the last few decades, it's restricted from certain areas at certain times of the year because of the possibility of losing that species. And so that's where I think that's what I see as the potential for keeping mission Fall or creek, whatever it is, at bay. Does that make sense? Yep.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Richard and then Fran.
I think I just got a question now.
Closer.
Do we need to add any specific language to a motion? To clearly signal our intent that if we would recommend this for approval, there would be no restriction on it. So, or is that going to be applied through this process?
I don't want to be pre-decisional about what a future me or you might want. And if I understand your question, it's about the ability of boating in the area and anchorage in the area. Or
specific to Ray's point, and Ray's point was 20 years from now or 15 years from now, when none of us are here, and these records are archived someplace. Somebody said, well, wait, this is an MCA, you can't have your boat in there. Is there a way we can capture this intent of history to say, at the time we adopted this area, we never intended to restrict boat access into it?
I think you could add something to the motion that would clarify that intent and the long-term goal of maintaining that kind of access. I mean, that is clearly stated in this proposal. But you could add something if you'd like on a motion that emphasizes that point.
Well, I think, I certainly what Ray said. Let's just think disappear. So I'm just trying to see if there's a way we can make this a little more.
Ray has a response.
No. So I'm over in my public seat now. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
I think that what Mr. Heath is suggesting is possible to put in a motion. And what that does for us is what it did for us in the 14-day rule. It made the state go back and look at the records and say, oh, I'll be darned. That's what they meant. That's what they intended, even though the rule didn't say that. I think it would go a long ways. And by putting that into a motion, just saying that we realize they don't want to restrict fishing. And if that's added to the motion, it says, it's never our intent ever. But I understand you can't write a law or a rule for the future in this aspect. I understand that. Anybody can change it in time, but when you go back and somebody's going, what were they thinking? Why did they do that? Why is boat still fishing? That's so I think what Richard is suggesting could possibly do it and would work for us.
Okay, thank you, Ray. And Richard and Andy, did that answer? Okay. So I have Fran, followed by Charlie, followed by Tara, followed by Laura.
So, what Richard was gonna do in motion, I was trying to clarify, just so the record is clear in this document. So if we're gonna make a motion to that effect, that's fine. I would just, the other way to do it, that I was gonna suggest is that they just spell out like commercial, no change from existing regulations, recreation, no change from existing regulations. And under the other category, boat access / anchorage are allowed and unaffected.
Charlie, are you still online?
Still here.
Okay.
Still lots to say. Thanks for the presentation. You know, I'm kind of thinking back to how Oregon treats goal setting around, fears, which is to, evaluate against unintended consequences, right? That's kind of what we do, and kind of why I was thinking to myself early on about that motion, and would be helpful here for me is to see that this site's evaluated for mutual goals and support from adjacent small fleet fishing communities. And when I say that, I'm talking about Garibaldi and Pacific City both, because I've watched the collaboration and deep respect for each other between the conservation community and the fishing community go a really long ways in Port Orford. And that started with mutual goals. And I really think that there's a lot of opportunity at this site. And rather than leaning into our fears, to lean into this opportunity for mutual goals. I think there's a lot here that the Dory fleet wants, probably Garibaldi wants as well, that are completely aligned. So I'd like to see that, and I'd like to see the site in a future time period, if it moves forward, evaluated against that. And I'm saying that now to get it on the record, so that it's out there and in the record. But if there's other ways that folks want to try and capture that, I think that's fine too.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Tara.
Thanks. I just wanted to state that I'm not sure it's necessary to put in a motion something that is in the proposal in front of us. I'm struggling with this on, I think both the, we have to vote on what's in front of us, and there is still access in the proposal in front of us, and that's what we're supporting. And I think our vote and the discussion on the record here, it is all, I'm just unclear on that it's necessary to put that piece alone in the motion and not the other pieces then of the proposal. Does the motion actually need to then spell out all of the, goals and intent for this site for the future? I would worry about picking out one to highlight over others. And that is recognizing the legitimate, concerns of some stakeholders. That's where I'm struggling. I don't know if it's appropriate to only pull out one piece of a proposal into a motion and not just say, we are recommending and adopting this motion, or I'm sorry, this proposal. I also just wanted to go back to process quickly before we go into, consensus or voting on this. I did look at our rules and procedures, and we do not need a motion if we are deciding on consensus. We can decide on consensus to move this proposal forward. It's only after discussion, when we can't reach consensus, that our procedures have us go to a motion and voting. So I just wanted to put that out there, that it's not necessary unless we feel it is necessary, because there's not consensus around a site.
Perfect. Thank you, Tara. But that brings up a question. Your point about only including one part of the proposal in a motion. What if we clarified that in the transmittal letter to LCDC? Would that provide the same longevity that putting it in a motion would, so that if somebody does go back 20 years later and looks,
Yes, Steve, but you're nodding your head, maybe you should. I think it's appropriate, could be appropriate to highlight that was an important aspect of the recommendation that OPAC is delivering us. So that was one of the components of the proposal that
was able to garner the support of the council. The you know, the marine conservation area designation will be more robust than just a line. It will include elements in the territorial sea plan. So we're not just this isn't like a naming exercise. There's something behind. There's more substance behind this.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Do that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I have Walter, let's see. Walter followed by Margaret.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just gonna go on record saying I am very much for conservation, protection of these areas. But one thing that I see with a lot of these proposals, the last couple we looked at, and this one, for conservation means a little bit different to me than protection and education. And this proposal and many of these ones coming up, their main focus is education. And my concern isn't the fact that they're putting names on these places, is what they need. And if their main purpose is to educate and highlight these areas and educate these people about what protections are here and what the purpose of and why we need to protect these areas, I fully support that. But I think what Ray brought forth as part of the Doryman Association is what are the next steps? And a lot of these proposals do not have the next steps. And that is concern and the unintended consequences of these conservation areas. So while I might have an issue with the conservation area, I'm not against conservation of our resources. From the proposal, this area is 90% inaccessible by land. And so I think that in the context of what this area to do, I think education in this area should have been a marine education area, not a conservation area. And I think that would have allowed a lot less conflict and concern coming from the Doryman fleet. So while I participated in a lot of these rulemaking and I voted for fishing closure. So I mean, I'm not against doing it. But what I am concerned about is putting a tool on the table that might allow future closures without going through a more rigorous process. And the process that is set up, if the education area did not work, it could very easily through the public process become a conservation area. So I think that instead of going for a short step, they went for a bigger step. And I think that might have, by going for the smaller step, it would have raised less concerns. So, thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Margaret.
I just wanted to echo what Vice Chair was said about just including some interests over others, because there are specifically some interests of tribes, which I have wanted specifically included in regulation also. And, you know, for sheer redundancy, you know, whatever the purpose, part of the problem is education. It comes back to education. People don't know necessarily about tribal use and stewardship of these areas. And so I just wanted to say that, you know, when we get to the letter writing, potentially there's other opportunities besides just small vessel use and safe harbor in these locations, but awareness of tribal uses of these site designations in the past and ongoing.
Thank you, Margaret. Sorry, I was trying to read online. Oh,
You want me to read Charlie's comment?
Sure.
For everyone?
Mind?
Okay. So Charlie comments, I think a mutual goal of restoration of this site specifically for that small kelp bed to protect the long-term interest of a number of stakeholders, government, and the community interest is really a big opportunity.
Point. Okay, further discussion. Okay, I'm going to ask the question, do we have consensus on moving this one forward? I'm sensing a little bit of this. Okay, so I think we're going to. Richard. Yeah.
So. If we providing consensus to recommend adoption of this along with the letter.
Good point. I think that would be more. In line, we'd have to detail that in the motion. I guess I'm looking at Andrew and Andy and Steve. We wouldn't necessarily need to detail the protections in the motion, but request that it be included in the letter. That.
I'm sensing that you could have consensus around including the concerns or the drivers of some of the sites in your transmittal letter. And that could be separate from a motion related to this site in particular, but.
Okay, so if I said something like, do we have consensus around moving Cape Lookout forward with the inclusion about both anchorages and protections in the transmittal letter? Something like that. What you were thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And tribes or no tribes?
Yeah, no,
we can try to do, yeah.
Okay, I just need to say that because that
Nope,
wasn't
nope, that's
included.
good.
in that. Okay.
Yeah. Fran.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I'm, because there are a lot of interests, two have been brought up, and this would be in the minutes of the meeting, those could be highlighted, but, I would prefer having, if we're gonna do that, having it separate, vote on the proposal itself, and then if we wanna do another proposal about what we transmit to LCDC, I think we do that separately.
Okay. Margaret.
I would tend to agree in some ways with what Fran just offered, only I think an overarching letter that includes, just, the desire for OPAC to protect safe harbor and the desire for OPAC to, acknowledge tribal stewardship and use in those areas would be helpful in general. So it's not specific for this site, but covers more of the sites. And if there are other issues that maybe are raised during the review of other proposals, maybe those would be included as well. But that's just an idea. I'm just putting it out there. So
No, that's good. Is that something that we can? I'm looking at
Yes,
Andy and Steve.
that's what I was thinking, Margaret. I think you said it better than I did. But I talked about a motion for a broader letter of transmittal. Yeah. Somewhat separate of the vote on a particular site. Yeah, I do see the Tara's hand is raised.
Okay, Tara, and then Richard, did you want to say something? No, Tara.
That was 100% forgetting to bring it down from last time, so I'm sorry. I forgot to lower it. Nothing more to say at this time. Thank you.
And that is, and Charlie just put a note in the chat that that's why he wanted to put that motion forward at the beginning. Because he thought we might get to this point where we have some little tweaks. Okay, so if we can go ahead with that understanding that we will include some of these in the transmittal letter. Let's look for consensus on moving. I gotta find my papers again. Cape Lookout forward, Cape Lookout designation as an MCA forward. Do we have consensus on that, recognizing that we will include more information in the transmittal letter? The tribes fishing, etc.
I'm in support of the story. That's what I want to say now.
Okay, so we don't have consensus, so we're going to put to a vote.
So, I'm sorry. The motion originally, Walter, you were the second on this motion? No, that was for this. Okay, so okay, so
Yeah,
We need a
now
motion.
Now we're going to the motion. Okay,
So I move that we accept the proposal for Cape Lookout.
Second.
And I will call the roll here. Get our vote document.
Okay, before we get that,
Do we
we
want-
need the motion in its entirety, just to make sure for the record that we have. I know you have the draft.
So the council moves that we recommend for establishment, Cape Lookout for designation as a marine conservation area.
Okay.
That would be the language.
Okay,
Does anyone move?
I think
did.
that was Peggy, I was just
Moved.
understanding, I wanted to get the right.
Got it.
So Peggy moved, seconded by Joe.
Okay. So I will call the vote. So Joe,
Yes.
Susan,
No,
Walter,
No.
Jamie,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Richard.
Yeah.
John is gone, so Tara,
Yes.
Bob Main is gone, so we move to Charlie,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
and David is gone. I see the motion carries with 2 noes and 8 yeses.
good. One more down. What time is it? Okay,
Just quickly, Susan, for the record, noting that David is not present for the attendance record. I know, Andy, you'll probably go back and fix most of this, but want to make sure we're clear on who's here.
thank you, Sarah.
I know, I'm the process nerd over here, just.
Hey, that's fine. Process is good.
Yeah, so it'd be Maine and Yamamoto and Howard not voting one vacancy and 8 to 2 vote. That's the 14 vote.
Yep.
And, you know, absent Cape Lookout, I was sad, but I might not be here because the summer of '92, I camped down at Cape Lookout, and that's why I studied the arts down. So nobody to bother me.
You see, you should have told us that before.
No, I didn't want to bring it. Hate that place.
Okay, so we have 3 down, we have 3 left to go. It is noon and we are scheduled for lunch. Andy, do you think we can get through the other 3 after lunch?
I do.
Okay.
I think we were moving quicker after we kind of got our legs underneath us.
Okay, so let's go ahead and break for lunch and be back here. Well, we have,
We have a lunchtime presentation.
Yep.
And that will be Tom Calvinese from the Oregon Health Alliance. And then we will reconvene approximately 1 o'clock.
Yep. Okay, that sounds good.
Doing
So
the
we can get it.
presentation in here.
So, yeah, for those of you online, take 15-20 minutes if you're gonna watch the presentation and then come back. So go get some food and come back. And for members in the room, please go get your food and come back to the table and then we'll kind of start and drink in about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thanks, everybody.
Whatever. I'll do that.
Yeah.
He might have.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you.
Gotta make sure to keep the mic close to you.
Okay.
We have
Yes.
Tom Palomisi here from Couple Life.
Thank you. Okay, so just making sure you guys got me. My audio is good.
Anybody online, can you give us a thumbs up if you hear? I'm okay.
Good, could be even louder, says Chris. Okay, so
All
go
right,
ahead.
well, I can be even louder, so no problem there.
That works.
Well, first of all, thanks for the invite. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys about the Oregon Kelp Alliance. And yeah, I think I've got about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quite a bit of material and I'll do it pretty rapid fire so that we have time for questions. I'm going to cover a little bit about the Kelp Alliance, how it came to be and why, and what we've been up to lately and what we have planned for the future. So Andy, I might need your assistance. I did something that just changed your screen. There you go. Okay, getting our tech worked out here. So the Oregon Kelp Alliance is really a pretty broad alliance of individuals with a common goal, which is to promote the health of kelp forests in Oregon. And that includes divers and scientists and managers and chefs and tribal members, tour guides, all kinds of people, and they all have all come together with this goal, which is to have healthy kelp forests in Oregon and keep what we've got and bring back what we may have lost. So for those of you who don't know, we're primarily talking about bull kelp in Oregon. This is the Nereocystis kelp, as opposed to giant kelp that you see mostly in down in California and other places. And that matters because bull kelp is an annual, and that comes into play as we start looking at this ecosystem and what's going on there. The map on the right is from some remote sensing data put together by Dr. Sarah Hamilton as part of her PhD dissertation, just showing you where the majority of the kelp forests in Oregon are here on the south coast, from Cape Arago to Port Orford Reef in Port Orford, and down to Road Reef in Gold Beach. But there are kelp forests up and down the coast, and I'll point to those as we go through the presentation. Just to show you what I mean, here you have Orford Reef and Cape Blanco Reef. This is probably the biggest kelp bed historically in Oregon. Really a huge area, really pretty spectacular in its heyday, I'd say. And this is a map that was put together by ODFW using aerial surveys between 1996 2011. And they have just recently done another aerial survey. So we're really excited to see the new surveys. And just south of there is, I would say, probably the second largest kelp bed in Oregon, Rogue Reef off Gold Beach. And the interesting thing about these two is that they tell a really different tale, and I'll show you some data about this. So what's going on in Oregon's kelp forest? Well, lately we've been talking about what we're starting to call a perfect storm, where we've had just in recent years, we've had the emergence of what's been known as the warm blob. And that warm water is low in nutrients, which is not good for kelp. The kelp needs the cold water that's nutrient rich to grow. Ultimately, it's an algae that requires those nutrients to grow. And when the warm water hits, it's bad news for kelp. So we had a couple of bad years for kelp. And following that, you probably heard about sea star wasting, which took out sea stars up and down the coast. Many of those species have started to recover, but the predatory sea star, the Pycnopodia sea star, has not. And that matters because they prey on sea urchins. And that is a third part of this perfect storm, which is this population explosion of mostly purple sea urchins. And they have really spread out in certain areas. They're an herbivore, so they are eating the kelp. And they have turned a lot of kelp forest areas into what are known as urchin barrens. In other words, an area that's barren of anything but urchins. And here are some photos from that were taken in down on the south coast in that area. And what happens there, unfortunately, is that those urchins will eat all the kelp, produce a barren, but then they don't perish from starvation. They go into sort of a state of torpor or hibernation, so that they can persist for a very long time, even though there's no food available. And then unfortunately, when the kelp starts to try to return, they're in its natural cycle. Those urchins are just there, hungry and ready to eat that kelp before it can take hold. So we've got this sort of what we call an alternate stable state that can persist for a very long time. And so looking at Orford Reef on the left, you might recognize that guy. 10 years ago, that was a very healthy red sea urchin commercial fishing area that produced the majority actually of the commercially harvested sea urchins in Oregon. But in the last few years, it has not produced any marketable sea urchin. And here's some data from some ODFW surveys taken from Orford Reef and from Redfish Rocks. Unfortunately, the protection afforded by the Marine Reserve does not help in this situation because it doesn't keep those urchins from populating and eating the kelp. So basically what you're seeing here is a large population increase, primarily in purple urchins at the reef and within the Marine Reserve. And this is what that looks like. Excuse me, this is the site just south of Redfish Rocks at Mount Humbug in Port Orford. I took this picture, I guess a year before last. And so what you end up with is a kelp forest that when you go deep dive there and look at what's going on, you see this sort of carpet of purple sea urchins, I guess with that one sad anemone trying to hang out in the midst of it all. And here's some data put together by Dr. Sarah Hamilton as part of her PhD dissertation using remote sensing data. And this is one of the kind of, I guess, head scratchers about this. It's not a uniform scenario up and down the coast, because as you can see, you have places like Orford Reef and Redfish Rocks where the kelp forest is in decline, but you have a place like Rogue Reef off Gold Beach where it's actually been on the increase over the last few years. And that is the primary site right now for commercial urchin harvest. And then if you go up here where we are at Cape Arago, it's a much less clear picture. It's sort of a up and down, lots of variability. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. So what's going on? We have climate change, obviously, we've got warm water. Maybe there's some issues around pollution or runoff, a lack of top predators, and this population of urchins. The most recent survey done by ODFW at Orford Reef returned an estimate of about a 10,000% increase in purple sea urchins, which is kind of mind-boggling. But when you look at pictures like this, you can imagine it. So what are our options? Obviously, we need to take a closer look at this and figure out what's going on. We're doing some targeted urchin removals. I'll talk about that. Bringing back some of these predatory sea stars, outplanting kelp. And you're going to hear this afternoon, obviously, from the Alaka Alliance, which is focused on the reintroduction of sea otters. And there are other things that we can do. So what have we been doing? We started with some support from the Pew Charitable Trust. We started a pilot kelp forest restoration project. And this is a map of the sites where we're doing this work that include Macklin Cove in Brookings, Ellie's Cove in Port Orford, the site here in Cape Arago, but recently identified a site with the Oregon Coast Aquarium at Cape Foulweather, and the two sites up north, one of which you just approved as a marine conservation area at Cape Lookout. And we're looking forward to working with that group on the part of the project that's focused on that site. And what has come to be known as Chief Kiawanda Rock, because it was the other haystack rock, and that was getting kind of confusing. So that's what we're calling it now. And I'm going to kind of walk you through each of these sites a little bit. We really started in Millie's Cove. That was sort of the home base, if you will. And as soon as we identified that location, we immediately heard from divers up and down the coast that, oh no, it's not just there, it's all these other sites. And that's why we have these 6 sites now. So this is work that's happening under a scientific take permit with ODFW. We're working in partnership with Reef Check, which now has an Oregon chapter and has hired a coordinator here in Oregon, working with us to do the preliminary surveys that we do at each site to characterize the both the control and treatment areas of the site. And those surveys include many things, but the species that we're particularly interested in this work are obviously both species of urchin, kelp, of course, 2 species of abalone, and those sunflower sea stars. We're also doing some monitoring, looking at the reproductive status of the urchins by removing a sample of the urchins during the culling activities and measuring what's called the gonad index, which is a percentage of their body weight that is made up of gonad, what is what's known in the sushi bars as uni. How many of you guys have had uni? Anybody? Oh, good. You might get a chance to taste test something we're working on right now. So, and we also are looking at dissolved oxygen levels, see if there's any effect on that as a result of the culling efforts. So here's a little contrast at Millie's Cove from 2017, where there was healthy kelp there. 3 years later, none. So that became a focus area, but like I said, it's expanded to these other sites, and all of those sites were identified by local divers. So I'll apologize for the map is actually reversed. The treatment area is in the purple and the control area is in the green. The red lines are the Reef Check transects, and those are the preliminary survey results from the initial survey. Those are very high densities of purple sea urchins and no kelp on both sides of the cove, where we go in with divers and organize urchin culling. This group has been dubbed the Kelp Forest Defenders by local commercial fishermen in recognition of the importance of that kelp forest to his livelihood. And what you see there is Diana Hollingshead to the left in the boat. She's the Oregon coordinator for Reef Check. And the divers are getting ready to go in, and Grant Hogan is displaying the very high-tech tool that we're using to cull the urchins, which is basically a welding hammer. So in 2021, last year, we did 3 weekends, brought 30 divers, many were repeats, did almost 100 dives, about 74 hours underwater, culled almost 47,000 urchins from that area that you see on the map. And so what did we learn? Well, that there are a lot of motivated people out there that want to bring their kelp forest back, and they're willing to help. And that was a big wake-up call for all of us, because we had people come from as far as Seattle down to California, all over Oregon, and come repeatedly to participate in this work. So very encouraging. And we're also investing in the local economy by hiring local tour guides and local restaurants and stuff. So I'm going to just quickly run through the other sites. This is the Kiwanda Rock site, where we just got started this year. And again, you see the transect lines, the treatment and control area. And a couple of months ago, we were up there working with a local dory fisherman with Ore Angling, Kyle Dodson. It's been really great working with him. I'm sure, I know he told us that he really enjoyed this. It was something really different from the wild stuff he had done before. And what you see there on the left is us swapping dive teams out in the surf zone. We were really lucky. We had a great day. So we were able to pull this off, and we took a number of trips out to the rock and back with different dive teams. At the same time, had a student on the beach conducting the gonad index measurements with volunteers from the Lincoln City Audubon Society and a lot of curious onlookers on the beach who wanted to know, like, what are you guys doing, and what is this thing, and why does it have spines? And the kids were really fascinated because they're looking at this live creature. So it's it's really interesting opportunity to learn about the urchin physiology and biology. Like, what are these things? So you were just talking about this site, Cape Lookout. So this is another one of our restoration sites that we have surveyed. And we're now reviewing the data with ODFW, and we plan to initiate restoration activities there as soon as weather permits. And the nice thing about having these two sites, as I understand it, I'm not super familiar with that area, but the two sites can be used as alternates to each other based on weather conditions. So our intention is to schedule activities and then work at either one site or the other, depending on what kind of conditions we're dealing with. So I think that that's a really good model, and really excited to go forward with both of those sites. Back down south in Macklin Cove, we have another group that, and I should mention, going back up here, that one of the interesting things about this site is that there are a lot of free divers involved. So you can see a couple of divers to the left there without scuba gear. That's because we have a whole crew of free divers that use this site quite a bit and are super motivated to bring that kelp forest back. So we have a partnership with Oregon Free Diving, which is Dan Semrat's shop. Dan's a world record free diver who's super motivated to work on this with us. And we're working on actually doing a high school class for divers to have students actually be able to participate in this project. So back down on Macklin Cove here, we're partnering with Coral Sea Scuba in Grants Pass. This is one of their favorite dive spots. And so we have a team of folks here. The good thing about this site is that it's beach access. So it's really easy to get there and get work done, and they can do that when weather permits. They've done, I think, 3 trips out there this year. So that project is fully underway. And then back here at Drake Point, we have this interesting scenario where we've got this healthy kelp forest area right alongside an urchin barren. So we are paying close attention to that. And I'm going to walk you through a series of student projects that we did this summer, starting there at Cape Lookout. At Cape Arago. Bush Ashcraft was our Oregon Sea Grant Scholar this year. She organized that restoration event at Kiwanda Rock. And here she is contemplating what's going on at Arago. And she decided that she wanted to do a project to look closer at this issue around healthy kelp forests right next to urchin barren. So she put together this plot. We went out there with a team to extract samples of purple sea urchins from each of those cells along that gradient from the kelp forest to the urchin barren. And then she brought those urchins back to the lab and examined the gonad index, which again is the proportion of the body weight that's made up of gonad, which is a great measurement of how healthy the urchin is, which is a great indicator of how healthy the kelp forest is. And you can see the difference between the urchins we took out of the kelp forest that have these, much healthier gonads compared to the ones that came out of the urchin barren, which have very low levels of gonad. And that's a project we're probably going to expand on. Back at Nellie's Cove, we had another team of students who were looking at the question of when you go in and cull urchins, how long does it take them to come back? We know they walk around, and how soon would we have to go back to keep them out of there? So these students went out and culled an area and went back with a drop camera and looked at, as you can see on the left there, is a shot from the drop camera outside the culled area. We have a pretty high density of purple urchins. Compared to the right, outside the culled area, you can see some little bits of purple urchin test here and there. That's a red sea urchin. And I don't have the data on this, but I can tell you that Caroline presented at State of the Coast, did a poster presentation, and her poster is available. And we have a proposal into the Ocean Science Trust to expand on this project to answer this important question about how long this effect will last if you go in and do this kind of work. Another project also funded by Oregon Sea Grant is a co-culture project that I'm doing with co-PI Dr. Fort Evans at Hatfield, looking at the potential commercial viability of culturing purple sea urchins that we take out of the urchin barren. Remember, those are urchins that are basically starving. They don't have any tuning inside. And feeding them this cultivated dulse, or this red seaweed you see to the left. So we've started that project this summer with a couple of other interns. Paula was an REU intern who handled the weekly gonad sampling and gonad index measurements. And she worked with Jackie, who's an Oregon Applied Sustainability Experience intern who focused on the water quality measurements. What we found is that using the dulse as feed in the co-culture it also acts as a biofilter. So it's absorbing the nitrogenous waste from the urchins, which is great, as that makes it less difficult to grow these urchins and have to deal with the roots. And then Tate Scarpacci, who's just about to graduate with his undergraduate degree in Bachelor of Science from OSU, has come aboard as a technician on this project, and we're about to start phase 2. These are our preliminary results from phase 1, showing the growth rate of the purple sea urchins being fed dulse in comparison to those that we kept in control tanks where they were not fed. And we did this at 2 sites, at the Port of Bandon and the Port of Port Orford. And you can see similar growth trajectories. The Port Orford site got a later start, but the trajectory is the same. And what we're seeing is urchins that go from very not viable, empty pretty much, to commercially viable within the 90-day trial period. And we're about to start phase 2 on that. Again, we're working with Root Check Oregon right now to develop a kelp forest restoration diver specialty, and also to pilot a program in Oregon that they've put together called Dive into Science, that would bring historically underrepresented individuals from historically underrepresented populations into this work, from tribal members, people of color, and others who have, not necessarily been in a position to be participating in programs like this. We want to change that, and they've got this great program. I encourage you to go look it up and watch the little video they put together about it. It'll like bring a tear to your eye to watch these young people get so excited. Maybe some of them have never been in the ocean before and just come out of it like completely blown away. Our big initiative this coming year is going to be a kelp forest status report and recovery and restoration plan, funded through a congressional appropriation through the National Centers for Coastal and Ocean Science. We're just in planning stages for this, and this is our rock star science leadership team. Dr. Sarah Hamilton is currently doing a postdoc at UC Davis. Dr. Aaron Galloway at U of O OIMB. Dr. Sarah Graven at Pisco Lab at OSU, and Dan Abbott at Root Check. They'll be joined by 2 full-time positions that'll be managing the project, plus a lab tech, contracts with commercial urchin divers, tribal members, and vessel captains to execute a pretty comprehensive survey of Oregon's kelp forests, both below and above the surface. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a really exciting project. And we, looking forward, we have a proposal into the NOAA Habitat Restoration Program for a 3-year phased approach to kelp forest restoration at the sites I just reviewed with you. And this will include sort of a 3-tool approach, looking at grazer control, kelp outplanting, and potentially predator reintroduction of Pycnopodia. So stay tuned for that. If you can send good vibes our way, we'd love to see that funding coming up. It'd be really a game changer for the project. And finally, we have joined the Global Kelp Forest Alliance, which is working to develop kelp forest restoration targets around the world. And what's really exciting is to connect with folks, not just here on the West Coast, like in California and Washington and DC and Alaska, but also people working in Australia, in New Zealand, in Peru, and really excited to engage more deeply with folks around the world that are doing similar work, and what we can learn from each other, and eventually do some, exchange work and
I'm already getting very excited about working with people in Peru right now. So that is coming. And with that, I'll just say that these are the 3 projects that are sort of currently underway. And the funding from them, thanks to Hugh, that pilot project that we got off the ground with the funding from the Pew Charitable Trust really was kind of a spark that has leveraged so much. And now Oregon Sea Grant that came in early to provide support to the initial coordination of the Kelp Alliance, and now is supporting this really interesting co-culture research. And then, of course, the work we've done with our elected representatives to secure the funding for this big, really needed substantial survey of what's going on with our kelp forests in Oregon are all kind of pointing us in the right direction. And I'm really excited to head in that direction. And you can find out more at OregonKelp.com, and you can follow us on social media at Oregon Kelp. And with that, if there's time for any questions, I'll take.
Sure, possibility of developing mechanical method of some like a big wheel correct, but other than
Yeah, it's a really good question. I wasn't able to include it in my video, but in my presentation. But I have a video of one of our members down in Brookings who already came up with a different tool. So one of the reasons why we're doing this as carefully as we are is that we don't want to just go in and just like mow down the entire like ecosystem. There's other creatures there. There's abalone in there. There's, sea stars and algae and things where we want to be pretty targeted with those removals. But having said that, I have been contacted by an engineering group that has put together, I guess I'll call it a robot, that they think they can program to just go down there and target the urchins and little urchins smashing the robot. Which I don't know if it'll work or not, but I kind of like the idea. We'll see what happens. But on a serious note, I think we do have to, it's tricky because we don't want to cause more harm than good, right? We want to sort of target those that are those creatures that are problematic. And I think it's really important to say that they're not invasive. There's a lot of talk out there like, oh, the urchins are bad and we got to get rid of all the no. The urchins belong there. The system is out of whack. And what we're trying to do is bring the system back into balance. And we don't intend to do this forever, but there's a lot of work to be done right now. We hope we can restore balance to the system in a way that would allow it to sustain itself, hopefully. Yeah.
So you probably said this, and I didn't hear it, but the 2 types of kelp that you're talking about, the life cycles and the annuals, can you explain? You don't have to go into big detail, but like the annual, what goes on about when it dies and when it degenerates?
Yeah, so you've been on the beach around this time in the winter. You can see these big piles of wrack, we call it, the big piles of bull kelp. That's there because it's sort of at the end of its life cycle for the year. It's grown to its full size. Then the winter storms come through and rip it out and throw it up on the beach. And then that nourishes the beach. So that's part of the life cycle, right? Then in the spring, the new little baby kelp plant starts to sprout, and then it grows like crazy. Like through the early spring and summer, it can grow up to a foot a day. It's kind of insane how fast it grows to the full size. And then it completes its life cycle in the winter, it gets ripped back out again. So that's the bull kelp that we mostly have here. The giant kelp that you see a lot that has like multiple fronds, that one is usually on the down in like the California area, down the south. It appears in other places too, but that's a perennial. So that one doesn't die off every year. It just persists year after year. So that's kind of the difference.
So the bull kelp then, when it gets ripped out and when it's dying, is there like a rhizome? What goes on in the base? What stays that they could come back?
Nothing stays.
Nothing.
Because you've probably seen pieces of what's called the holdfast on the beach that's still holding on to a rock or a big mussel or something. And because it just got ripped out. But what happens before then, what happens is at the end of the summer, the kelp is going to produce these things that are called sori, which are like patches. And you might find them on blades of the bull kelp. You'll see these lighter colored patches, and those contain the spores. Those are like the little kelp seeds that get released out into the ocean, produce actually a microscopic life stage, like a meadophyte that just sits in the sediment and then transformed into what's called a sporophyte, which grows into the big giant thing that we saw.
So then, if that happened prior to those spores being released, that could also make an effect on your next year's production, correct?
Yeah, and what we're trying to do, we understand the problem is huge and we can't tackle it everywhere. But what we're hoping is that we can establish, defend, establish, and restore at least some oases of kelp forest that will persist to produce that spore that's going to be needed to reseed surrounding areas under hopefully future better conditions. Yeah.
I might just add, just for educational benefit, those microscopic stages, like they don't survive the winter and they get eaten by the urchin, but like they're super vulnerable to getting, baby kelps are super vulnerable to getting. So that's I think that's more of a concern than say, a big storm coming in early because they're reproducing over the summer and stuff.
Yeah, and they're again, yeah, exactly. So they're releasing the spore before the storms come. So they've already done that for the most part. Might see a few still, but yeah, the problem is then when those little sprouts start to sprout in the middle of an urchin barren, they're just snacks.
So I don't want to hold the table, but so when I was a kid growing up at Cape Wanda from the rock, even on the inside where those rocks are near shore, kelp was so bad you couldn't even get through. We'd have to end up going to the south. And I don't know any correlations about anything except for there was no urchin harvest at that time, but in the 80s and the 90s. And I'm just saying, we don't know what they were like. I don't know what they were like down there.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One thing you're pointing to is that it's very highly variable everywhere. So you could have a really big kelp year one year, and next year not. And that's a function of currents and temperature and so many variables. And then I don't know what the other thing was.
We're good.
Yeah, it's definitely, and I've certainly experienced it too. When the kelp is thick, it becomes, basically not navigable. But remember that what's going on under the surface is that's habitat. And I think that's really the take-home message around all of this is that the kelp forest is a three-dimensional forest habitat in the ocean. And so many species depend on it. Many of our commercial groundfish species, rockfish, cabezon, lingcod, greenland, they all live in that forest. And not only when they're adults, but when they're babies, that kelp canopy is habitat for the juvenile, a lot of those juvenile rockfish species, even salmon, also use that habitat as juveniles. So we need that habitat there, not just for the adults, but for this other life stage. And that's one thing that really concerns me, because I'm a fish scientist, but also a fisherman. Like, it worries me to see all that juvenile habitat go away, because where are those babies going? They're just kind of hanging out, like exposed. That's what they do. They hide in there and have food and shelter. It's really important at that stage of their life. So it's beyond the urchin fishery. It's about a lot of fisheries we care a lot about really depend on that kelp forest habitat. That's why we got called the kelp forest defender by one of our commercial fishing friends in Port Oakland.
I just know about fish.
Anybody else? That was very informative. I learned a lot about kelp that I did not know.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. I know that was a lot to kind of like rattle through really quick, but go to the website. You can reach out to me. I'm sure Andy or whoever can put you in touch with me. I'm happy to follow up on any of this. And thanks again for your time, and thanks for your hard and good work on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we're back. Okay. Okay, so welcome back after lunch. And we're gonna move on with, we have 3 sites left to approve or not approve. And what is up next? Let's see. It's on my phone. Bellwether, yes, thank you.
I actually have Fogarty, because we're going north and south.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I had them in the wrong order.
Okay, so I'll officially step into the audience.
In France, who's your friend?
No, that's Inca.
Inca.
Okay.
Yes.
My only friend sometimes.
Okay, Andy, I guess you can probably go ahead and get us started.
All right, thank you. So. All right. We will be talking next about the Fogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area proposal. This is a new proposal for a new marine conservation area. It was submitted by Fran Reck. She has the goal of the site is to conserve the full diversity of species and habitats in the intertidal and shallow subtidal areas. The site would allow for non-invasive research, fishing, algae collection from shore, and supports the state's public interest in increased nature watching opportunities. The site is pretty much located in the area offshore of the Fogarty Creek State Park, Bay Use area. It is about 3 miles north of Depot Bay on the Central Oregon coast. And the way that the site is configured, it overlaps a small section of the Boiler Bay Research Reserve to the immediate south. So the site goes from small overlap there, from the rock outcropping right in the middle of the area to the north side, which does include a wide area of rocky substrate. It is a pretty small site, but it's very biodiverse. It's only 64 acres in size with 0.6 miles of shoreline, and it extends from the intertidal into the shallow subtidal areas. Key natural resources in the area include an extensive and diverse population of kelp, seagrasses, and algae. And in this particular site, it's commonly observed to have gray whales of the Pacific Coast Feeding Group use even the very near shore shallow area. And there's significant amount of bird diversity at the site as well. The outreach conducted to basically talk about the site in the community included the city of Depot Bay, the Lincoln City Chamber of Commerce and the Depot Bay Chamber of Commerce, Lincoln City Audubon, the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, and the Clarion Surf Rider front desk manager. And the Clarion Surf Rider is the property to the north of the beach, right at the site there, so it overlooks a significant portion of the area. This designation will not change how the site is currently used or mostly used. So the management will be largely passive, utilizing educational signage, articles published in blogs, newsletters, designed to help people appreciate the site and its natural resources. And if you look at the site, the configuration of it is really to extend between the rocky headlands at Fishing Rock to the north and the one right in the middle of Bogarty Creek to the south. There are a number of non-regulatory management recommendations, including interpretive sign placage, rule boards, so to help people understand what's allowed. I think those are the ones you think of, like the big wooden structures state parks puts up. And they would intend to use the Lincoln City and Depot Bay Chambers of Commerce to help publish information about the site and help people appreciate the natural resources. From a regulatory management recommendation perspective, the allowed uses, pretty much all of the existing uses would still be allowed in the intertidal. So that includes fish, invertebrate harvest, algae harvest, research and tide pooling, along with other activities that would already occur, like bird observation and agate hunting. So there is a proposed restriction on, excuse me, I'm going to go back in the subtitle. The site is designed to allow for fishing from shore only in the subtitle. And then there would not be allowable activities for harvest of invertebrates and or algae. Summary statement for the site is that it is well supported locally and not controversial, with the proposer trying to address all of the agency concerns that were voiced in the workshops as well as the proposal design. The small intact system may help to promote and test resiliency of submerged aquatic vegetation to risks like ocean acidification and hypoxia. Both Oregon State University's Dr. Francis Chan and Dr. Bruce Mengi are interested in helping to characterize and study the site more fully. The site has a state park school, Bogarty Creek master plan. It does not currently curtail fishing from shore or intertidal harvest or souvenir quantities of kelp. Again, that's in intertidal. And the site would meet Goal 19 and Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 objectives to conserve the long-term values, benefits, and natural resources of the New York Ocean, maintaining and protecting the rocky habitats and the biological communities there. So that's a comprehensive summary of the site as proposed. Let's see it down the chat. Laurel's asking to show the table, please. And I have that here. Go. That's available to everyone online. I think we can open it up for questions.
Anybody have any questions? We have Fran here to answer questions. Any online?
Let's see.
I didn't see anybody, but I might be missing.
Nope, I'm not seeing any. Laurel is asking a question, and I see a hand raised from Karen Gravy. So let me read the question from Laurel, and then we'll go to Karen. So Laurel is saying no check on intertidal harvest means that wouldn't be allowed. So I'm seeing a Fran just confirming there would not be intertidal harvest of invertebrates allowed, correct?
That's correct. The research reserve just to the south does allow it. So the area to the north has much more spotty mussels and barnacles and other things. So immediately to the south in the research reserve, the harvest of mussels, pittocks, scallops, shrimps, algae, red rock crabs, and Dungeness crab are already allowed.
Okay. Thank you. Karen, followed by Guy Rodriguez from OPRD. Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I just heard Fran say was allowances for outside of the Fogarty Creek proposed area. Is that correct, Fran?
I missed the first part of it, but it's the intertidal area is what you're talking about.
Can we just focus on what's allowed or not allowed inside the proposed area? I think you were referring to areas outside of the proposed area. So if we could just focus in on what's inside the boundary, that would be helpful.
Okay, there would be no intertidal or subtidal harvest of invertebrates. Algae harvest would be allowed in the intertidal as it is already now. You know, the souvenir quantities that Laurel had spoken to before, 1 gallon for souvenir quantities.
Yeah, so I just wanted to repeat, and hopefully you can hear me clearly enough. My understanding of our analysis of the proposal is this would close both commercial and recreational invertebrate harvest, both intertidally and subtidally.
That's correct.
Yeah. So Andy, that's different from what I heard you say. And so I'm just trying to be very, very clear about what this proposal would do.
Thank you, Karen. That was my mistake during the summary.
Thank you, Karen. Guy, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So first, I just want to say thank you, Fran. I know you made some adjustments to your original proposal to reflect some of the comments that you got back from our field folks in relationship to the management recommendations. So I appreciate you taking a look at some of those original concerns that we laid out. You know, really today we're looking at a lot of our properties more through an accessibility lens, both from a diversity or physical ability perspective, and then also a comprehensive user and would-be user perspective. So I heard a little bit of the information about outreach being based towards those local communities. And the one question that I have is really related to the extent of outreach. Was there any effort or thought put into doing more of a statewide assessment, being next to a state recreation area?
So no, I didn't do a statewide survey. I relied on the SCORP for that characterized Fogarty Creek State Park and the State Park Master Plan for Fogarty. Because there's a campground proposed there, so they had done a recent assessment. So between the SCORP that delineated current uses and said that there was more desire for areas that were protected and more opportunities for nature observation. That's where I got that information from, but I didn't do it myself, no.
And do you know the date on that SCORP report? That was actually one of the things that I was curious about. We've since learned that you know, one of the things that we've done a good job with as an agency is reach out to our existing users. Not such a great job, reach out to our hopeful users someday. You know, definitely underrepresented communities. So something that we're always trying to make sure that we're capturing.
I don't know the date. It's been a while since that was put together, but state. I can find that for you. I don't know if I put a reference in my earlier documents. I don't have it here. Sorry.
Okay. And then the other question or comment was just in relationship to that boundary potentially being a little confusing and difficult to enforce the regulations as it's defined with the overlap of the other conservation areas. So just an additional comment or thought as to how that boundary was identified. excuse me, the research reserve.
Thank you. Well, right now, the boundary in law says that to the mouth of Fogarty Creek, which, since the mouth moves a lot because of, sand buildup and seasons, I decided to put it to the rock, because that's in the rock, and the rock is one major rock and then pieces of rock that probably were formed at the same time. And then the other boundary decision, I changed it a number of times. The first time I changed it was in consultation with Dr. Bruce Mengi. But that was a hard boundary because it was like it went to the north part of the beach and it wasn't anything that you could see on the ground. So then I moved it further north to just be right at that south side of that rock, because that's a sort of an easy thing for people to visualize. It could easily be moved, to the north side, but it's good. It would be good to keep it, I think, where it is. It allows people that go up on the rock to fish from the rock. That's why fishing in the subtitle is allowed. But it's the research reserve invertebrate harvest regulations, I think, are a little bit confusing. And there are no invertebrates on that rock. It's probably been too trampled. So it seems like where I put the boundary made sense in my mind, at least.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. I think for us, it's just with the two areas right next to each other, essentially adjoining each other with two different sets of regulations, just going to be confusing for the visitors or users of that site.
And my proposal would be to change the boundaries for both, so there wouldn't be overlap. So when we write the rules, not we, when the lawyers among us write the rules, there would be a separation that's marked at that rock.
Any other questions, guys?
No, that was it for me. Thank you, Fran.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, Walter. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, so you're talking about no harvest of invertebrates in the area, and this is for Steve and Andy. Doesn't the ODFW commission usually make those kinds of regulations as part of harvest?
They would, yeah, so they would amend their rules in this area if the council decided to move the proposal forward.
Okay, and we're a little bit different than, say, the public was to go to ODFW commission and ask for harvest to be stopped correctly with this. In essence, being a way to put fishery regulations without going through the ODFW commission, and would our recommendation carry more weight than, say, a person in the public point in front of the commission asking to stop harvest?
I think there's two reasons why it's different. If we as a council make a recommendation and LCDC approves it, then ODFW would need to conform with the rules that we as a body have adopted. So that's different, but OPAC does not have the authority to make the other fishing rule regulations.
I'm just wanting to make sure that we aren't setting a precedent for in the future, groups coming forward and asking OPAC to approve something in one of these conservation areas, which is allowed according to the plan. They would in essence be going around the Fish and Wildlife Commission creating fishing regulations.
Can I speak to that, Andy?
Please, Connor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm tracking, but correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, if I'm going a different direction. But the piece that Andy just covered, that ODFW is one of the state agencies, we need to conform with the rules under the Territorial Sea Plan, and that is being advised and recommended today by OPAC, right? So there's a kind of a chain, regulatory chain there, if you will. changes to the territorial sea plan in the future around these areas should come back through OPAC rather than directly to our commission about these areas outside of OPAC direction. That's my understanding of how that would work. I don't know that the comment about an OPAC recommendation having more weight than another individual coming to our commission really applies. There's no way to judge that. Our commission listens to all comments that come forward, and then it really gets back to that kind of regulatory chain. What's the appropriate way to initiate a modification of an existing regulation? And for this case, for these sites, it should be through the OPAC chain. And I'll just defer to Steve Shipsey if you have any disagreement with what I've said. He's much more expert on that regulatory chain than I am, but that's my understanding of how that would work. And the precedent is already there in the territorial sea plan and the statute that governs OPAC.
Well, Karen, this is Steve Shipsey. I agree with what you said, and the difference would be if it comes through OPAC, it goes to LCDC, it goes part of the territorial sea plan, and then an element of what ODF does has to be applied. If it was a citizen approaching ODFW's commission with a petition for rulemaking, they would submit the rulemaking petition with the proposed rule and Fish and Wildlife Commission. That's how it is.
Did that answer your question?
Not really, but kind of.
Do you have a follow-up? Did you want to? No? Okay.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm talking about kind of. I know what you're asking. I don't quite sure what you're asking.
Okay. Anybody else?
I think, can I just follow up one more time?
Go ahead, Karen.
One thing is that I'm hearing that people are having a tough time hearing Steve Shipsey. I heard what you said, but I think another aspect that I didn't answer that was in Walter's question is that once there is confirmation of the OPAC recommendation by LCDC in terms of adopting these sites, then ODFW will proceed with making the necessary regulatory changes with our commission to conform with that decision. So in cases where there are name changes of areas, we would go through that. We would change any harvest allowances or prohibitions to be consistent with the LCDC decision coming from today's meeting. Maybe that answers the rest of it. So thanks.
Thank you, Karen. That did help me understand a little bit more too. So I think we're good. Okay. I have Margaret and then Karina, but I do want to note that there is Laurel put something in the chat. Laurel had a question about also no fishing from boats, so like from kayaks. Okay. Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can we, actually, this goes into my question, which
Okay.
is just, the table, I feel like we had a correction to the table, right? Can we just go over the table, like, just, can we just go over the table and like pull it up and like talk about, the invertebrate harvest line and what should be in that line, and then to your point right now, does that need to be like, or if that was in the table, where would it be? So that we're clear on what's in the box. Thank you.
Yeah, so as currently structured, there would be fishing allowed in the intertidal and subtidal, but from shore only. So no fishing from a vessel that's in that immediate area. the invertebrate harvest would not be allowed, so we've heard from Fran, that's confirmed both in the intertitle and subtitle. There would be algae harvest that's consistent with the existing regulations, the sooner quantities in the intertitle only. And research and tide pooling, those other activities would certainly still be allowed in the intertitle, I'm guessing.
Yeah, is like subtitle then, is that regulation just not allowed anyway? Can you just clarify that? I guess it's not checked.
I guess I would ask Fran to clarify her
For
perspective.
for
on
which
research.
one, Morgan?
So for algae harvest subtitle, is that already, I don't, already like something that is not allowed? Or is it a change? Basically, I'm just asking if it's a
this would be a
change or not.
change.
Yeah, we're just wondering about changes, I think.
Subtitle, algae harvest would not be allowed. That would be a change, I imagine. It's not being done now. But what I was trying to do was to, my initial idea that I changed over time versus based on feedback, mostly from OPRD, was to restrict it for minor uses that are already in use, such as fishing from shore and fishing from the rock without having it expand. I wanted this area to be a basically control area to the research reserve to the south and an intact area that has no large disturbances. So that, yeah, that's the, yeah. So both the invertebrate harvest and the algae harvest would require rule changes. And probably, I mean, a research permit is needed at any time. What I wanted that to mean was that right now in the research reserve to the south, part of the research is to scrape the rocks bare and then see the recovery rates. I wanted that not to happen in this one as a more of a control area. I can't read those things if you need me to.
Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. So Laurel says in the chat, this would require very specific rulemaking for algae harvest, since this language doesn't exist for protected area. We need more information about what non-invasive research means.
Sure, it means that you could study, but you don't scrape. I mean, I think that's, what's that? Observational research.
So, question.
Well. Yeah, I mean, I guess I do, this is a new question. It wasn't the original one I raised my hand for, which I'll come back to with more of a statement than a question, clarifying statement. But, Fran, I wanted to understand your, notion of that this would serve as a control. The control for the effects of research activities.
Well, we have very few areas that are, really don't have tape, at all. And since there's an immediately adjacent area that is a research reserve, and it has some of the same features, it doesn't have extensive seagrass beds or extensive algae beds to the same, so this would be an area that we could study differences, especially in the small little sort of sub-isolated. Is there any effect on ocean acidification and hypoxia? So it's just this comparison. I don't mean it specifically to be a control area for the research reserve, but I see it being used like that. And then also as a control area to see about ocean acidification and hypoxia. Do SAVs, for example, provide any mitigation or not of OAH effects?
Yeah, well, I would just say from a scientific perspective and sort of like control sites, experimental sites, understanding, I'm just having two and trying to figure out what the impacts of the characteristics of site one versus site two I think it's a little muddled. I just want to, just from a science perspective, kind of clarify that I'm not sure what that would
I'm a manager, not a scientist.
I know.
I have
I
a
know.
master's
I
degree
know, I
in
know.
science.
I don't want to overinflate the potential value of it in that.
Sure.
The quick thing though, that I think that, was brought up earlier was this is the regulatory sort of question about whether there was a way around, the commission to establish a fishing regulation through this channel. And I am new, so I'm just gonna ask if my understanding is correct. Commission makes decisions on a statewide basis for where fishing, is active. Whereas this body makes recommendations around rule changes for specific locations, right? Like it's the fishery as a whole, as opposed to a site. Is that incorrect? I understand.
I would welcome Karen to weigh in on that, but
Well,
in general.
I'm not sure I understand the question, Karina. Any regulation that prohibits or shapes restrictions on harvest has to go through our commission. Our commission has the rulemaking authority for the state.
But harvest restrictions can be site specific by OD.
Awesome.
Yeah, these, the OD.
So there are two channels to
right,
make.
If there
basically
are, if there are.
No.
They're all, but okay, that's what I think this is what the heart of the question is. So I just thought it was a reasonable question to get a clear answer.
The way that I look at it is it's similar to the PFMC, where there is a policy recommendation from a body that then is carried out by a regulatory agency. In that case, it's commercial for sport fishing regulations are recommended by PFMC to NOAA, but NOAA is the body that has the regulatory authority. And I see it the same way in the state. OPAC has a policy role recommending under the territorial sea plan the restriction of harvest, but that has to be carried out through the rulemaking authority under statute by the Fish and Wildlife Commission. That's my understanding.
All right, I get back for now. I'll try and sort it out mentally.
Okay, so Laurel had a question, but also, and then I'll come back to Charlie because he put something in the chat that may be helpful. So Laurel, go ahead.
Oh, I put it in the chat as well, but I was just going to point out that the rule that Fran is proposing for the research would be different than any others that we have, even for marine reserves. So marine reserves allow for research that is very specific to the goals of that reserve. So I just wanted to make sure that that was the intent, because marine reserves allow some take if it's for the research purposes of learning more about the reserve. So we do and have issued some take or installation of equipment in marine reserve. So the way that I'm reading this would be, we couldn't do that type of research even if we don't allow any removal. Sorry, my brain's a little foggy, but does that communicate my comment? Do folks understand me?
I think I did, but I'm looking to Fran to make sure.
So I don't know the wording, but I clearly have talked to both Dr. Francis Chan and Bruce Mengi about, Dr. Chan about installing sensors. So if it lands on a sea cucumber and kills it, I mean, that wasn't my intent. It was just the idea of removal for the purpose of like recovery, that things like that. I don't know how to structure it. It's mostly observational research. I think Karina had a good word there. It's observational, whether it's by instrument or by Dr. Mengi would do a characterization he wants to do of the kelps and seagrasses by drone, for example.
I'm just pointing out that it's different than the rules for marine reserves where those are allowed if they're for very specific purposes, just so folks know that I don't know that we have anything quite like this in rule right now for research.
Okay, thank you, Laurel. Karen has her hand up, but Andy, can you read what Charlie has in the chat? And Charlie, chime in if you need to add more to that when Andy's done.
It may be germane at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, Charlie's comment was going to, I think, the broader concern about how fishery regulations get made. His comment is that OPAC cannot make fishery recommendations by statute. So our agency, the LCD, would not be implementing any sort of fishery regulations. OPAC can make territorial sea plan recommendations. That may trigger ODFW rules subject to ODFW's commission.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, I was raising my hand about the same topic, the research aspect of this site, and I would just note that having those kinds of, our research permits, our scientific take permits are considered on a case-by-case basis. And I'm not hearing clarity on what the blanket restriction would be on research for the subtitle. I would, as a non-voting member here, I would recommend against that restriction, and that we would want to allow for research, but on a case-by-case basis, which is how it's currently managed. So Fran, I don't know if you have any, that's just my 2 cents, my recommendation. I don't think that restriction should be in place.
Fran, do you want to speak to that or?
I mean, if that's what it would take to get this proposal passed, I would take it, I would say on a case-by-case basis, but it's hard to it's hard not to restrict it if we're trying to have an intact area to study. But research areas tend to be very small, so maybe that's fine. So guess I would support the removal of the on a case-by-case basis, and especially if as Laurel says, the idea is to enhance what the values of the site is, to research the values of the site, then hopefully ODF&W would say, oh, this is to study an intact site and not allow the research to make it any less intact. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, so 1 second, Richard. In essence, Andy, this would be looking at the table, putting a check mark under research subtitle with a case-by-case notation on it.
I think the case by case would be applied
Right,
as a
okay.
matter of practice.
Yeah.
And I think you could have a note that there would be a preference for observational. But I think if the people who are proposing the research would likely not want to have a significant ecological impact to the place. So I don't know that you need to state that.
So I have Richard and then Tara, but I just wanted, before we move on, so if we put a, Margaret, sorry. Looking this way. Okay, so if we put a check mark there to move this forward, that is probably another thing we could put in our transmittal letter. Maybe?
Yeah, and Laurel is providing in the chat description right now, they do have a research request that require some removal of seaweed in a marine reserve. But that in general, the purposes of the Marine Reserve are to understand that long-term ecological
Right.
change and not wanting to have a big impact to it. So we could look at that language if that helps you, Fran.
Well, the research reserve is where the Mengy Lab is suggesting that, not in where I'm proposing the conservation area.
Okay, Richard, then Tara, then Margaret.
I was gonna suggest language that can say that permit. Put a check mark here, put my permit only, and that would require the permittee to specifically fill out what they're looking for, what the impact would be, and that would be considered a part of it.
Okay, that's good. Tara.
I just wanted to clarify, and I think I just heard this in Fran's response to Laurel's example, that if we were to put a checkbox in this subtitle research category on this table, that it would still be observational only and non-invasive is what the note currently says. But I think we could qualify that with observational and non-invasive. That's what I heard from Fran. And I would be supportive of that qualification remaining.
Does that work, Fran?
I think we have the component OPAC members'
Yeah.
ideas.
Okay.
I think Richard's suggestion could, be tailored with that.
Right. Okay, Margaret.
I don't think this affects the content of the proposal, but I just wanted to state directly to you, Fran, that tribes may or now, or maybe at some point in the future, want to harvest some of these restricted or regulated components, invertebrates or algae, and I just want to make sure that you don't have their support, but maybe just make sure you coordinate with them whether or not this is actually a designated site, because I think that there's a great benefit there if you collaborate.
Thank you. That the note that I have is not as clear as what people had written for the COLA, is that that the tribal nations would not be affected by these rules, but the coordination message is clear. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, I see your hand up online.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm tracking the research allowance conversation. And so I'm asking for maybe a recapitulation of what is being considered under subtitle research.
So let me provide what I heard, and then I'll let Fran respond. And so I heard that Fran would be okay with allowing research in the subtitle. It would be by permit, type of activity, whether or not she wants to add language that would focus not on observational or non.
Andy, can you hold on just for a second? There's somebody that is talking while you're talking. Maybe somebody online is not on mute. I think it stopped now. I apologize. I couldn't really hear you over that background noise.
So
thank you.
So I heard research would be allowed in the subtitle, so we would add a check mark. The suggestion was to put research by permit only. And my question to Fran was whether or not additional clarification about the type of research would be something she would want to add. But that I think is up to her.
So
Well,
I just can we talk about the permit only, whether this is intended to be a separate permit, and I'll maybe interrupt that thought process while you're thinking about it and just say that our scientific take permit process requires that scientific extraction go through a review process with ODFW anywhere, regardless of designation. And so that process is already in place, and we take into account any research that's happening in a particularly designated area. So for example, if it's an EFH area, essential fish habitat area, or it's a marine reserve, it would have a different review lens that would be part of our evaluation of the scientific take in that area. And I again, just really don't want to see different process go into place for scientific activity. The preferences of OPAC for this designated area would be really helpful, but I just want to be very careful not to put in language that creates an expectation that there's something different when I think that that would be not advised.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Karen, you'd be okay with the note that says with preference for observational non-invasive research and just leave it as that, and but not require that.
That's right.
Okay,
You
thank
may
you.
not require the permit, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, everything has to have a permit.
Okay, yeah.
Everything already has to have a permit. And so by saying that it has to have a permit in the OPAC recommendations implies it needs something different than is, already in place. And so I don't want to duplicate a permit and make it seem like there needs to be a second permit in addition to a scientific take permit.
Okay. I got it. Any other discussion? Any other questions?
I think Charlie had his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
No.
Okay. Okay, so suggestions on what to do. Move forward. Do we have consensus to move this forward? And do we want to add a check mark under the subtitle with a note about non-invasive and observation only? So we're all. Anybody? Are you doing consensus? Yep, consensus.
Just caveating with Karen's and maybe Fran's framing of that as preference for observational non-invasive research.
Preference for, good.
Just want to make sure we're capturing Karen's concern.
Yep. Yep, okay. Okay, I'm not seeing
So
some heads nod, so I think we're gonna have to move to a vote.
Can we ask it? Yeah, okay, to a vote. I guess I will move that we recommend for establishment, Fogarty, sorry, you're flipping around on me now. Fogarty Creek as a marine conservation area. Should I also caveat the piece we just said
Yes,
to change
please.
the proposal?
Second.
Andy, do I need to add a line about adding the check mark, or is that captured in our discussion?
I think I would feel more comfortable if we had that in our motion.
yeah, I would too.
Okay, so I move that the council recommend for establishment Fogarty Creek as a marine conservation area with allowance for research in the subtitle and a preference for observational research. Or how about with a, no, yeah, that works. Did that work?
That's Karen. About
Second.
We asked Karen if that. Like, doesn't conflate any issues on the permit end.
Which is waiting until Indy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would play into a particular decision, but any designated area and any policy recommendations around that would be considered in the process of the scientific take permit. So I think this recommendation from OPAC would give us latitude to understand the context of a specific research proposal and take appropriate action to permit reasonable activity by the researchers. That's what
Okay.
I'm after. And if that is inconsistent with the intent of the proposal at this moment, then maybe we should have more discussion about it.
So Andy, are we not including the, with a preference for, is that what I'm hearing between Karen and Andy? Is that, we don't need that?
I heard that there
preference?
is the flexibility to understand the proposer's desire and
And do
work
that.
with that
Okay.
in the establishment process.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Okay. The other question is Laurel put something in the chat. So Laurel, do you want to speak to that?
Sorry, yeah, was a sort of a late addition. I know Fran has brought up needed signage before, but there was a recommendation in the 2-pager about a new cluster board in the park, and there already are 2, and I don't know what weight the recommendations that are outside the scope of the actual territorial C make in these to our requirement to do them, but that has not been vetted by park management or reviewed or anything, so I don't even know if it's feasible to put a 3rd cluster board in the day use area, given that there's already 2. It's a minor thing, but I just let you know that the park staff has not reviewed that or the feasibility of that. And up to Steve as to whether or not that is something we would have to do if it went through, since it's not in the territorial sea.
Okay, one question on that though is I didn't realize that wasn't part of the other motion because I couldn't read everything that you put in the chat. So we have a motion. And was it seconded?
Yes.
Okay, Peggy seconded it. I just wanted to make sure that we get into discussion after we have a second so that we follow procedure as best we can. Okay, so Steve, can you speak to Laurel's question?
Yeah, so the question is basically around the addressing recommendations that are outside of the area of the territorial sea itself. And I think that's what they are. They're management recommendations. They're not management requirements. So if OPRD at its discretion decides that due to visual overload for park visitors, that they're going to stick with 2 rather than add a 3rd message board, they would have discretion.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Laurel. Any other discussion before Andy runs through the voting log?
Okay, I'll call the vote here. Joe,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Walter,
No.
Jamie,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yes.
Fran is recused. Richard.
Yes.
John is absent. Tara,
Yes.
Bob is absent. Charlie,
Yes. For the record, I remain a little concerned about subtitle regulations in this round. However, I think that this proposal and the discussion merits my vote as a yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
David is gone. So the motion passes. With 9-1. Oh, 8. Oh, 8. 8 and one recused.
Okay.
Okay.
After that, we're down to 2 left, but we do have a time check, Andy, so what? 2 o'clock, we were on schedule to have the OAH presentation. So we should run through these pretty quickly, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think this is our priority for today, given
Yeah.
the need of the process. So I would ask if our presenters will be flexible for the other agenda items moving down the list. That I think that Karen already indicated that she could be flexible with OA presentation.
Okay, so let's move on to the next project. And that would be Cape Bellwether complex,
Yes.
okay?
Process question for you. How have you all read these? We could speed things up if if I don't do the summary. You have had these for over a week. And we could just go to clarifying questions and then deliberations.
That works for me. I mean, I've read it, but
Yeah.
we all good on that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Cape Foul Weather, designation type proposed with MCA. Questions and we have proponents here to answer any questions. So does anybody have anything for them? Anybody online have any questions? Okay. Discussion, pros, cons.
Free chats. Another nice kelp opportunity is what Charlie says in the chat. I think that's, we heard from Tom that this would be another place where they would be doing some of that research.
Yep. And do we have all the asterisks in the right places for the management recommendation? So there's no change in fish harvest. No change in invertebrate harvest. But recreational algae harvest, the subtitle kelp would be closed, but intertidal would be open and rule changes would be required.
It may be me, but I'm still seeing Fogarty Creek on the screen.
Karen, I think that might be your connection.
Yeah, we're seeing Cape Foul Weather.
Still saying, okay,
Yeah, it's still seeing Cape Foul Weather.
hold on then.
So that's what we're on. That's, yeah. We're seeing the correct one.
Long day. Yep, yep. We only got 2 left. We can do it. Okay. I think Karen was still seeing Fogarty Creek on her screen. Karina.
I have a question about, and this is really actually for Karen, the overlap between the marine conservation and the comparison area. I'm just curious if there's any concerns about that.
The overlap between the MCA and what, Karina?
ODF. The ODF and W comparison area, which I'm assuming is a comparison site for the Marine Reserves program. Analysis.
Yeah.
Given that there's a rule change, I'm just curious.
I don't think that we've identified that as a problem. I mean, we have not identified that as a problem. And think that it's because the comparison area and regulations or lack of restrictions on subtitle for this MCA make it still usable in the same way that the comparison area has already been used. If it were to restrict our ability to use it as a comparison area by adding additional regulations, we'd want to make that clear with the group today deciding on this.
I guess I was just curious how the potential change in help cover as a restriction of the help take, which I'm not opposed to, might, you know, just how, anyway, it's just something to think about from an analysis perspective.
Okay, Kent Dowdy, I think one of the proponents did have a comment on that, so I'll go to Kent and then followed by Margaret.
I'll just pass along information that, you know, can you hear me now?
Yeah, keep.
At the workshop for the site, Dave Fox of ODFW, now retired, I believe, had mentioned that he met with the Marine Reserve Program. They looked at it and said, the Marine Reserve Program said they had no issues regarding it being a comparison area should it be designated.
Great.
Thank you. Margaret.
I just want to say to, I think I've already said this, and I just want to say to everybody, I guess, more or less, that, if you're working with tribes, keep doing it. I want to go to these places along the coast, and I want to feel like tribes are being represented. Like I can see that their history is being represented. I can see, programming, and I can feel like the tribes are participating in some of these programs when they can. So I just want to share that sentiment, and thank you. That's it.
I did have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So, Ken, I actually work along the stretch of the coast. How much of this area is actually accessible by foot? I couldn't give you a percentage. It's very limited. By foot, it would be limited to a few areas. Technologies are changing. We have submersible drones now. But one of the issues was, as you see, the intertidal algae harvest is open. That is because of OPRD did not want to expose their enforcement officers to new regulations and the steepness of it. And that's why it's open.
Okay. Well, thank you. Karen, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if it's my connection. I'm seeing the first page of foul weather now, but not the regulatory table with the check marks. Is that showing for everybody else?
I just moved it
There we
forward, so
go.
now it's showing. It should be.
Because I'm hearing from Little Birds that there is a check mark needed next to commercial intertidal invertebrate harvest, which would be newly restricted.
So we need an
So-
asterisk in the commercial intertidal.
Yeah, I mean, the words are correct, but it's not indicating the change with the asterisk.
My understanding from the workshop, and could be wrong, is that by existing regulation, commercial harvest is closed for all designated areas. Commercial harvest inverted in the
Yeah, that I think we're having some discussion about that. I think what we need to designate here today is that there is a change and not rely on regulations by name. We're going to have to make rule language that changes the designation names of these sites. Marine conservation areas can have a variety of prohibitions associated with them. It's not a uniform title for a site designation. And so this area is currently open to intertidal commercial harvest. And so I wanted to make sure that this is changing to close intertidal commercial harvest. And I don't want it to be misleading that it's just by the name designation that happens. And that's been the chat that's been happening all day around these sites. And I'm trying not to complicate the OPAC deliberation. I think that the intent is clear, and we'll work out the regulatory need afterwards. But that's my understanding of that this will be a change.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. I think we can accommodate that, and as Charlie noted, it is an important distinction, so.
Yeah, I think that's important. Just by designation, we don't, particularly for marine conservation areas, it was a flexible designation. And the long and short of that is that's becoming problematic for us. But here, it was never intended that marine conservation area has a blanket, no commercial harvest in intertidal areas. I think Karen's point is that is a change in the regulations and a request of the proposal.
Okay, other questions? Discussion? Comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I will ask if we have consensus on this one to move it forward. Am I missing? Okay, I think we're gonna go to a vote.
Just for clarification,
Yeah.
once again, I think a lot of these have a large education component to them. And I think a lot of them would have been better off as a marine education area, in my opinion. A lot of these, we basically created a regulations here which were unintended consequences. And that was one of the things that I heard from a lot of our outreach, was this was not to be a regulation creating exercise. And that's what we're doing here. And I just want to put that on the record. And that enforcement of existing regulations was always a problem with these areas. And once you educate people what regulations are already there, then you can go forward to making more regulations. But I'm a strong proponent of educating people and teaching them about these places, and protections are already there. So that's all.
Thank you, Walter. That was a good perspective, because I've forgotten some of that from the first round when they were proposed. So I appreciate your perspective from the beginning of what started. Karen, you have your hand up. Did you have another question, or is that a legacy?
It is not a legacy hand, and this is a question to the proposer, to Kent. Just wanted to make sure that the intent of the proposal is in fact to have that commercial intertidal harvest closed. So you mentioned you thought it already was, and that would be continued. And I'm clarifying today, this would be a new regulation. Is that consistent with the intent? I'm not sure. So
Thank you
just
for the
posing that
question, Karen.
Yeah.
It is not our intent to close commercial harvest in the intertidal. It was our understanding from the workshop is that with all marine designations, marine garden, MCA, that commercial harvest of invertebrates in the intertidal is closed by existing regulation. If that is not the case, I don't think we as proponents would have any problem in striking that commercial closure in the intertidal.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that this is worth discussing for a minute before taking a vote.
Sure. Charlie had his hand up, but then he put it down. Charlie, did you still have a question or a comment?
This is just a really big distinction to me. And so I fully agree that Karen that if the proposers did not intend for that and have no intention for that, we shouldn't put it forward at this time. And that's because the proposers didn't talk about this and discuss it at length as part of their proposal. Yeah, I know some might think this is an opportunity. I don't actually think that there's commercial harvest happening in there, but that's not a reason to take it off the table, I don't think per se. So that's my opinion.
Charlie, I didn't quite understand that. Can you clarify? You don't think that we should take
If it was not in the proposal's intentions to restrict commercial harvest in the intertitle, it wasn't a goal. It wasn't something that they saw that they needed to restrict and change.
Yeah.
And that's what I heard. Now I'll offer the proposers, the opportunity to say otherwise, but that's what I just heard, which to me is an important distinction that doesn't give us a reason to do it.
Okay, that I understand. So if the intention of the group was not to change the existing allowable use in the area, then we should not include it as a part of the proposal.
Right.
And we should strike it from the proposal.
That's consistent with our understanding. We added in there because we thought we were following existing regulation.
Okay. You did just get a note from Steve too. I don't know if that had.
Yeah, we just received information that was proven not to be correct, so.
Okay. Gotcha. Jamie, did you have a?
Would it make sense just to strike out subtitle and intertitle clause and just leave no change in that box?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that configuration of the site would be the one that OPAC deliberates around.
Yep.
Now.
I'm sorry, I have a question on this. Then we've already voted on a whole series of proposals that I think, I think this has been in our paperwork. I'm confused about now striking this here. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about just even the process of this. And now we've had other proposals in front of us.
Well, as a member of the working group that helped create these areas, if somebody could point me to the decision that we made that said all marine conservation areas categorically include no take for commercial intertidal harvest, then I would accept that. But I don't believe that's the decision we made. And so I think that we can go back through all these proposals. I was not under the impression that we were subtitle restricting commercial invertebrate harvest in those. And so categorically. So I do think that's a really important distinction.
I wasn't sure if Andy was gonna say something or if he had a thought. If not, I'll go to Karin and then Fran. Andy?
So I think the only other site that essentially had this issue was the Cape Lookout issue.
Right.
Yeah.
The intent there was similar, I believe. So that we would not impact the existing uses in the subtitle for the commercial harvest.
Right. Okay, Karin and then Fran.
Yeah, we're doing some real-time policy analysis here. There was some reevaluation of the ECOLA and Chapman decisions, but the same problem doesn't apply there. So I'm not really sure what to do in terms of process. Lookout may have an issue with the decision that was made relative to the intent of the proposers. And I'm seeing this as, unfortunately, a problem between translation from the proposals to the summary, rather than the intent changing, just kind of confusing way of wording things. So that's my comment. Don't know how to help fix it.
So which is not consistent? The summary is not consistent for the proposal says something.
My understanding
Yeah.
of this issue is that the Audubon Society of Lincoln City was not intending to change the invertebrate harvest regulations relative to commercial harvest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's what it
At,
says.
at
in the
either
proposal.
site, at either Cape Lookout or Cape Fowl.
And that's consistent in their proposal.
And that was a part of their proposal. So this was just a translation
Ah.
error in the two-page summaries, which is what Karen just said.
Yeah.
So,
Just, you know.
yep. So my suggestion is that we make a decision about this site. We can go back and make a motion to clarify that distinction on the Cape Lookout site. If people would say that that changes their vote, I guess we have an opportunity to go back to look at that. I don't know that that would be the issue today. Or that
Well, for this one, I think if we said something like, we can move it forward so that it is consistent with the original proposal.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, no
Yeah.
change to commercial invertebrate harvest. So
Right.
we would basically just note that in our motion, that is the decision that OPAC is recommending.
exactly. And then we could go, I'd rather get through the last one and then go back, but, Kara, go ahead. You have your hand up.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that the proposers are comfortable with this. All I was trying to indicate from like a process standpoint and an understanding, and I heard this from Kent, is that they were recommending no changes based on their understanding of what the current regulations would be. So that's all I was, and that now it sounds like it's a different understanding of what those regulations are and would be relative to this site. So no change is actually different than what the understanding was, but I'm hearing that everyone is okay with that. That's where I'm having some confusion. They were told at some point that there would be no harvest because it's a designation and there's no harvest in designated areas. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's really clear here. There was obviously a misunderstanding, but it sounds like the proposers are okay with that. I guess it's just a change in understanding, so.
Okay. I think I have that straight now. So I'm just gonna double check. Kent, you're okay if we say no change to, where am I now? The invertebrate harvest, commercial invertebrate harvest, because that was what was in your original proposal.
That,
Right.
yes.
Okay, okay. So I think we can move forward from here with a motion that says what Andy said earlier. Not putting you on the spot, Andy, but it was something like move this one forward with in accordance to the original proposal.
Right, so we would recommend Cape Fowl Weather Complex as a marine conservation area with no change to the commercial invertebrate harvest regulation.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Fran, seconded by Peggy.
And we did not have consensus on this site.
Right.
So I shall call the vote. Okay, Joe,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Walter,
No.
Jamie,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Richard,
Yeah.
Tara,
Yes.
Charlie,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
The motion passes. That was 9-1. Okay.
Okay.
Moving on to Black Rock. Point Marine Conservation Area.
So just for clarity, we're gonna do Black Block and then we need to go back and reconsider Cape Lookout.
I think the proposer for Cape Lookout sent the chat that said that there was not reference to that, but I will go check.
Yeah, I don't think there was either, but I'm not sure. So, okay. Okay, so, Black Rock Point. Again, we've all read the summary and. Right. Need to be closer to the mic. Okay, we read the summary. Do we have any questions for the proposers? Jesse is here to answer any questions about Black Rock Point. Tara, is your hand up or is that a legacy hand?
Sorry, legacy hand.
Okay. Okay, questions? This is one of my favorite places in Oregon.
Guy Rodriguez.
Oh, thank you. Guy, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I was relatively new to this, so I'm probably just playing a little bit of catch up, but I think there's just, for me anyway, some overall confusion around the proposal language. And I know some of the management practices were referencing relationships with law enforcement, outreach and signage. And, you know, it seems like those things could be done outside of a designation. So I was just kind of curious to learn a little bit more about, is there more to the intention with this proposal than I'm reading?
Jesse?
Hi, Guy. Can you please repeat the question? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so you know, when I read through the management recommendations, I saw some references to building relationships and formalizing relationships with law enforcement and search and rescue and doing some public outreach and engagement, along with placing some informational signage, I think, at the parking lot area. And you know, I think a lot of those things can most likely be done outside of a designation. So I was just curious to know if there's more to the proposal in terms of just the purpose.
I do want to say first that I'm here on behalf of Larry Bash, the proposer who could not be here today, so I will do my very best to answer these questions. As far as I know, this proposal was created, as it says in the goals section, to kind of highlight the value of this area. At this time, there are not, these relationships, as far as I know, don't necessarily exist. And it was the proposer's intent to sort of nurture these relationships. Of course, this can happen outside of a conservation designation, but I don't think they're happening now. I don't think that there is really an advocacy for Black Rock at this time for these things to be happening. In terms of parking, that parking lot, I believe, is privately owned. So there's no parking, really like legal parking right there, aside from street parking right in front of the airport and across from the airport at Black Rock. And if I can expand on that, Guy, let me know. I'm trying my best.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That provides a little bit of clarity. Still just kind of some general question around, you know, again, the purpose and intention. You know, because a lot of those management actions we're doing outside of formal designation, you know, all the time up and down the coast across our agency. So I'm just curious to know why the designation is going to get us there, and we haven't been able to establish those things prior to designation.
Okay. Any other questions, thoughts? Margaret, sorry,
I just, I said
microphone.
sorry. I, had really early on gone back in time because I wanted to take a journey all the way back to 1994 in my youth. I was trying to remember, do you remember if Blacklock was Blacklock one of the identified sites in the 1994 plan? I'm just trying to remember what the like. Yeah, okay,
I believe it was.
okay. So that was my only
Yes.
question.
Okay, other question? Joe,
Jesse, I know that you had some involvement in helping this site move along. Can you speak to the public support for it? Was that part of the justification that I think guys trying to get at?
So the public support included the community who lives at Flores Lake. So there's a small community of neighbors around that area who do support this, and we spend time at Black Rock Point. Also, the county office Audubon Society, as you saw, is also a supporter of this. Oregon Shores is a supporter, as is the Coast Watch program. And I can't think of any more at this point, but I know that around that local community, I think this was very meaningful. There was support.
Just wanted to say thank you for the extra clarification, and really the point I was trying to get at is, designation or no designation. I think with the things like the Oregon Coast Trail gaining some momentum, we just want to make sure that we're proactively working with, coastal communities and organizations all along the way. So if there's gaps in funding or abilities to be able to establish relationships, that we shouldn't have to wait for a circumstance like this to bring us together. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what I remember from past presentations was the idea that a designation would be real helpful for fundraising and getting it. We've talked about that before today. Having a designation helps say this place is different than other places, and that's why we need your support. So that's kind of what I remember from Larry saying before.
thank you, Fran. And Laurel just, okay, hang on a second. Laurel just put in the chat, noted Black Hawk Point requires more information and assessment before assigning a management designation and prescription.
Yeah, that was what was in the 1994
Right.
plan, and it was characterized or classified in the plan, designated as a not yet designation.
Yep, yep.
So there was a category in the original 1994 plan where a whole bunch of sites were recognized, they were inventoried, but they were not yet designated, and they remained in that category as a part of the plan for
Gotcha.
the value that.
Okay, perfect. Maggie, go ahead.
I'm not gonna remember the exact article that I saw, but I remember when I was on my road tour last May. Part of the reason for wanting to put a designation in this area was because it is so unique. All of these sites are unique, but this one is really very interesting because it is so difficult to get down to the beach. I mean, I was amazed, but I do remember reading recently that and no one really knew how many people. I mean, that's the real crazy thing about this whole process. Nobody really knows. They have no information. So let's get some information. I read recently, and I can't remember where, that, and I don't remember what the department was that did the count, and it might have been, a group, a nonprofit group in the area, did a head count over a series of 3 months. And the numbers in this area just were totally off the charts. I mean, nobody would have thought that many people were actually getting down on that beach and using that area. So, I mean, if for anything else, to have a group of people, community-based, who are really interested in preserving and educating people about this site. This is worth it.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, anybody else? Before we, oh, Jamie, sorry.
This isn't comment on Jesse's, because she has already mentioned that she was ancillary to this process. But early in the first run of this discussion of Black Rock Point, Larry Bash mentioned that some of the partners that were involved were such as the Charleston Marine Life Center in across from OMB. They're associated with OMB in Charleston, and South Sioux History and Research Museum. And so I checked in on the director of both of those, and they said, yes, he did contact us, but we told him we did not have the capacity to help out in this instance. So I said, okay, well, then we moved on to the second round. And I have some notes here from the last time, which is our last meeting where these were presented by all the proposers. And excuse me. He said several volunteers stewardship programs exist, are fully operational, demonstrably effective, committed, and ready to contribute to a Rocky Coast volunteer program at Black Rock Point and elsewhere. He mentioned 3 of these, one of which is Coastwatch, which is both of those are Oregon Tourist Conservation Coalition, mile by mile stewardship. And that is very important. And that's one way that this place can be get tabs on and educational, but it's very limited. The second one he mentioned was C, and as you just heard, they have a very robust, well, fairly robust, but limited effect with Tokyo Point and Simpson Reef, but nothing on the South Coast. And I appreciate what Ann said earlier about the community and the county offices in support of this area. And rightly so, it's a beautiful area. I've been done many times. And let Peggy know that every time I've been down there, I've been down there countless times, I think, maybe 2 or 3 dozen times, and I've never been on the intertidal zone. It didn't look like a place I wanted to go because it was very wild and scary. To the beach, yes, but mostly just to the point.
Yeah.
And mentioned that that is an area of concern for protection. And usually I rarely see more than 2 or 3 other people there. The other group that he named was NAME, which is a Northwest Aquatic and Marine Educators, and they have no capacity to oversee this area as a partner. So I find that this proposer doesn't quite flavors are all there, but they're wrong. In other words, I don't see that there is a partnership. He mentions that, you know, if you designate this, they will come, or they will, but I don't see those first 3 that I mentioned being at capacity to help out with this particular proposal. So I'm just giving you the notes that I took to give you what I understand about this proposal. The area is worth protecting for sure, but I'm not sure about this particular proposal. Joe.
Thank you, Jamie. Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I appreciate that. We did hear today from C that they were in support of all 6 proposals. So that does make me believe that they have an invested interest at some point in engaging at that site, Black Rock. So I'm not sure if Jesse has more information on that, but I would not want to just write off C, because they might have a plan in the future to engage there more. And so just want to be careful about how we interpret their intentions without knowing for sure.
Okay. Any other comments or thoughts? Or Jesse, do you know what C's intentions are?
I do not know what Steve's intentions are in the future. However, over the process of these 2 years, a lot has changed. The C group in the very beginning did support like sharing efforts and resources at Black Rock Point, but those leaders have moved on from the group, and so we're kind of starting over again. And one more thing I just did want to say really quickly was that early on in the process, the working group did state that in order to create MOUs with law enforcement, with community groups, that a designation would be needed. So I think that was part of the reason why this did move forward.
Thank you. And Larry did put in a chat that C has expressed support and willingness to help developing partnerships. Or help develop partnerships. Okay. Questions, thoughts, do we have census to move forward? I think this one's gonna go to a vote as well. Okay. So we need a motion. Or we need a motion to not move forward.
I'll make a motion to move forward with voting positively on Black Rock Point.
Second.
Joe with a Richard second. Is that right? Or Richard? Okay.
Okay, I will call the vote. Joe,
Yes.
Susan,
No. No.
Walter,
No,
Jamie,
No.
Margaret,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Richard,
yes,
Tara,
Yes.
Charlie,
No.
Peggy,
Yes.
David is not. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4 no's. So motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That's all 6. But we have 2 more pieces of business before we finish out this.
You want to revisit the Cape Lookout?
Yes. Yes, we have 2 more pieces of business before we finish out the whole Rocky Habitat designation thing. So one, as Steve noted, we need to go back and look at Cape Lookout to ensure that what we understood in the summary table of regulatory management recommendations is indeed what the proposers wanted in their original request. And to determine whether we need to revisit our vote or our motion. And the other piece of business we need to talk about is what or if we want to consider comments in our transmittal letter to LCDC.
So to confirm, the Cape Lookout 2-page summary has subtitled "No Change." and intertidal closed. And I,
For invertebrate harvest.
for
Right.
invertebrate
For
harvest,
commercial-
this is what we were talking about for commercial invertebrate. harvest.
Intertidal.
So the action that we voted on was to make a recommendation that the intertidal harvest would be closed, but that there would be no change to this subtitle commercial. So I don't know that we actually need to go back to clarify this, because that was the intent of the proposers all along. And it seems like that is consistent with what we heard from ODFW.
Right. Okay, so I'd like to get, Kent had his hand up, he's one of the proposers. And then I'm gonna look to Karen Brady to ensure that that is consistent with ODFW's.
It was not our intent to change commercial invertebrate harvest in the intertidal zone. Now, there is a confounding factor here that Cape Lookout, the uplands are a state park, and there may be a regulation that commercial intertidal harvest is closed adjacent to state parks. I think I recall that from the workshop. Perhaps Karen could clarify that, but it was, at any rate, if you need to make a change, it is not our intention to change commercial invertebrate harvest in the intertidal.
Okay.
So I think that the key issue here is the intent of change or no change. And what I'm hearing is that there is no intent of change. There is some question about what is allowed and what isn't currently, but the intent is no change. And so I think the OPAC vote should be on whether there's no change or not. And the proposers say no change. So I think that is different from the vote that was taken earlier, and that should be on the table. And my understanding is that that area is allowed. There is apparently commercial harvest that's limited on the weekends. Those are details that we could get into, but I think the key issue is change or no change, and the proposer just said no change.
Okay. Wait a minute, somebody had a hand up, or had a question.
I think Tara had her hand up.
Tara, that's where it was, thank you. Tara, go ahead.
Thanks. I was just gonna, thank you for that, Karen. I was just gonna echo actually, and maybe almost say what you just said. I think that that's the key. And as long as that's clear and the intent of the proposers is on the record here, then I feel very comfortable with what it says even here in the summary table, that no change to what is currently allowed. And so I don't know if we need to revisit our motion, but would look to Steve or Andy on that point. And I think I heard from Andy, I don't think so, but.
I think the table is wrong. The table is actually not correct relative to what I just said.
I see, sorry.
Correct. And you know, I agree fully with this discussion from Karen, and you know, as somebody who spent a lot of time with the intention of the proposals, it was really beaten into my head through all the outreach and other things about what the intention was to change at a site versus what it wasn't. And that's why I felt like it's really important that we honor the intentions and moving in a different direction. I mean, whether or not people think that commercial harvest is impacted, it's a big deal to make a commercial closure. And that represents something. And so I don't think we do that unless we have full intention of doing so. So fully agree.
Okay, thank you, Karen and Charlie. But I think our earlier motion, I'm gonna have Andy read it back. But I think our earlier motion addressed that. I could be wrong. Andy?
I believe our earlier motion did address that. This was the site where we clarified that there would be no it's the no change to the fishing and or anchoring at the site, as that was important use. We talked about writing our transmittal letter, relaying the importance of tribal consultation with all of the sites this one as well. So
I think this, Steve, it would be probably just helpful to just see if the consensus is that there's no intention to change the existing regulatory provisions regarding commercial and tidal harvest. Okay, if we can just get that consensus, then we can make that clarification in the recommendation to the OCDC.
Perfect. Okay, do we have consensus on the point that Steve just brought up? All good. Okay, we have consensus on that. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Andy, and Karen, Tara, and Charlie for helping us get through that. Okay, the only thing we have left is, do we need to make a motion, or do we need to discuss about what we want to put in a transmittal letter or things like of that nature? So,
I would say there are two things left on Rocky Habitats to make our lives more exciting. We can circle back to the need to for a letter to the governor, especially now that we have a number of new sites that are moving forward to ask for support, implementation support, which is great. Whether to go back.
yes, okay.
Charlie, you have your hand raised?
Well, I had offered a motion earlier prior to getting into the voting that I wouldn't mind for the OPAC to consider as well, and it may help with sort of the transmittal letter as well.
Yep. Andy, I emailed that to you. Can you put that up on the screen?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Make that happen.
Because you're magic.
Almost there, folks. Okay. So the motion that was provided to me is that OPAC would move that ongoing request for proposal process should address the following things: evaluation of site goals, community support, tribal agreements, and agency funding package specific to the one OPAC already recommended, or any newly recommended sites. That was the language Charlie provided.
Can I
Is there any
ask
chance
for
we can
clarity?
see it bigger?
Yeah.
I feel
I'm
like
so sorry.
It's okay, it's so small.
Yeah.
I'm drinking coffee, but I don't know whether it's kicked in.
Okay, first, Charlie, does that capture what you were thinking about earlier?
Yeah, I think that it's kind of the shorthand. I probably could be more articulate, but the maintenance of these sites, these new sites, there's a lot of considerations, and there was a lot of chicken or the egg discussions about these sites. We have an opportunity to evaluate them in the future, and I think we should, against those considerations and against all the things that we maybe think it took a designation to get us there. So to Richard's point earlier, and to some of the discussion before we got into voting, I think this would be a really smart thing for us to do. It ensures that these sites are kind of revisited on their goals and their merits. And it also hopefully helps assuage any concerns from community interest that these might be sort of the camel's nose under the tent for something bigger or different. So that's all.
Okay. So Fran, go ahead, and then Walter.
Maybe I'm not understanding Charlie's. I think I understood what Charlie said, but I'm not understanding that motion to do that. what it says to me is that the future RFP process requires the evaluation of site goals that haven't even, it's a future designation process. So one thing I think we want is an evaluation of how the existing sites are doing. But I don't think we want to hold hostage an evaluation of a future site based on evaluation that hasn't happened.
No, Fran, yeah, I'm talking about sites that have been designated. And when I said newly designated, I'm talking about this round right now. Because I feel like what we just did is we went through this TSP3 process and we did the maintenance and cleaning up of a lot of designated, not designated sites. Here we are designating some new ones. And while we're doing this, I'm recognizing all the considerations. And so I would like that evaluation to be applied to sites that have, after they've had some level of time of being in place, but that evaluation mechanism.
Yeah, I'm still confused about the wording that's up there in front of our motion. Because when we talk about an RFP process, that sounds like it's the one that's going to start in October of 2023. So that first phrase is confusing to me.
Yeah, I think it's conflating a future process with the evaluation of how the sites are doing generally and how the state has built support for implementing all of the sites.
Right, so I don't think any future site though. I mean, this is related to the past site, so this is. And whether there's funding, it's also whether there was a funding package that helped these sites do the evaluation and do the outreach. So I think we have to change the wording, but I'm not thinking on my feet of how that can be.
So forgive me for conflating two processes. I thought that maybe the RFP process could also be an evaluatory measure rather than just a request for new proposals. Maybe it's a request for something for an existing site or proposal, but maybe the better language would be, an evaluation of site goals, travel agreements and agency, funding package, for these specific sites, just for the sites designated under OPAC's, December 9th, 2022 recommendation. If that's more specific. I'm talking about these sites right now. But maybe it's a process that could apply to any new sites, I think is my point, so.
Walter and then Margaret. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna ask Charlie, could you clarify just these 6 sites or the previous 2 as well? For the total of it?
Good question. I think the 2 as well that we voted for, so I think it would be all the sites, maybe not just the ones right now, but the ones that happened during this round, so all 8 of them.
Okay, now Walter and then Margaret.
No, you think, I'd like to, suggest that we add establishment of programs, because all of these proposals have programs that were to be instigated. And then also private funding as well as agency funding. Sure.
Okay, Margaret and then Joe, but I think Andy needs to catch up to what.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I did want to, I'm sorry, I put up my hand, but I wanted to respond to what Walter said and wondering if evaluation of site goals and community support encompasses that piece of setting up programs, because I think many of the goals were around setting up those programs and support.
I prefer that they be put in there by themselves as a standalone, because in the case of Blanco and not Blanco, sorry, Coquille Point, they already have an established program, but I think that was one of the things that was highlighted in the first thing, was that programs like that were to be the standard Is that's what we're looking for these sites, and that's what the proposals were saying that they were going to do, so I just want to make sure that that's part of the evaluation process going forward.
Great, thank you for that clarification and example.
There we go. So you got that in here, right?
What is the specific?
And then agency and private funding also.
There you go.
Agency and private funding.
Margaret, then Joe, then Korea, but sorry.
I'm just gonna pause and let Andy, just, you give me a.
I'm struggling to
signal.
catch up with.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, Walter made a recommendation about the program and. What am I missing from what you said?
Program implementation
Cycle program implementation.
and state and private funding.
We have that.
Okay, we have agency and private funding.
I know they all have some format.
I deal with that. Got it. Make it bigger.
So I was just gonna comment that I think it's very good that we're gonna move forward with evaluation. Seems like it lines up very well with what we should be doing for TSP in general, reviewing, you know, the TSP strategy and all of these sites, and I think that's a very good practice. And oh, what was I gonna say after that? I guess I just wanted to be clear, who, it says recommends the evaluation. Can we clarify who's, are we doing that? That's kind of what I was thinking, is that the council would actually be the one doing the evaluation. So I wanted to talk about who would be doing that and who that action is directed to, so that I'm clear on what the intent of Charlie was or what everybody else thought in the room.
Okay, Joe.
I was also trying to get a bit more clarity on evaluation of just the 8 sites, because there are existing sites, you know, before this, there's Haystack Rock, there's 9 other sites, I think. So 12, so now we have about 20 sites, so that would seem to me it would be kind of a biased thing to just evaluate the new set of sites. So anyway, I just wanted to get clarity on that. And if anyone has any thoughts.
Is there current evaluation going on at those other sites?
There is not.
There's not.
And the other thing
Okay.
too is that some of those sites are there really isn't a requirement for the engagement, like the researchers are,
Right.
you know, so like it just makes it a little more complicated. Maybe this is something that's been thought out a bit more.
Yeah.
We're probably running out of time today.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that. Okay, let's go to Karina and Tara and then talk about whether we should. I'm done. Oh, you're done. Okay, Tara, you're online. Go ahead.
Thanks. I actually was thinking along the lines, I think it was Margaret speaking. It's a little high. I can't see everybody on the floor, but that around who is going to do this evaluation, is that falling to the agencies, to the proposers? You know, I don't think OPAC as a group, you know, necessarily would be evaluating this. It would likely be staff supporting that. So trying to think through that as well. And if it is agency, do we need to specify that? I'm not sure.
Okay, Fran.
Instead of that last part there, for any newly recommended site designates the initial proposal for the evaluation process. I wonder if we just say, any newly recommended sites designated after, whatever date that was, March, or April 2021, just to make that clear.
I'm thinking this is going to require more OPAC discussion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally. This makes no sense.
Yeah. Trying to do this on the fly, I think it's going to do a disservice to the people when these sites get established. So Joe.
Yeah, one thing I think we could do today, though, is, I mean, I appreciate that Charlie was trying to package it all up into one big
Yeah.
recommendation, but we could pull out the agency and private, and I agree with Walter on private funding as well, because, you know, I think that's a need. We know that there are going to be more sites. We know that there's going to be a need for agency support and for maybe private funding that help fund stewardship groups. So I don't think we should delay on that. But the other questions probably require another meeting.
Yes. Peggy, and then we're gonna take a break while we think about this a little bit more and then come back.
Okay, so is this, help me out here to understand, and Charlie, maybe you can tell me, is this supposed to be a statement that is gonna be sent out to the next round of funding? Or the next round of proposal making? So what is this for?
This would be a recommendation from the council to the commission and to, and then to staff, if it's approved, that would then work with programs, the proposals, proposer entities, others, as they move forward into designation.
So this is like an internal policy? Internal directive?
Yeah.
OPAC policy to the commission when, yeah,
What commission are we talking about?
LCDC.
Ah, okay.
Land conservation and development, so. Okay, let's take a break. I think we all need to get more coffee, wrap our heads around this. And then come back, reword it, but we still have two other things on the agenda that I want to get through today. We have presenters here, so. 10-minute break.
You want to?
Yeah, I may not be around. I have a doctor's appointment here soon that I'm gonna have to cut out for. So I don't know if there's gonna be more discussion or voting on this. I will say that I don't, if OPAC does not build an evaluatory measure in for new sites and newly designated sites, and that could include the existing ones, I think it's a major missed opportunity. And we spent 3 years cleaning up sites that we were trying to figure out what they meant back in 1994 and back in the 80s and whenever. We might have just done the same thing if we don't build some evaluatory measure in there on the back end of that. So I'm not looking for a kill pill, and I think people are worried about that. I think I'm looking for an evaluatory measure against the things that we want these sites to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks for coming back.
Now you're live.
Okay, thanks, everybody. We're reconvening really quickly and, we have an announcement to make, and so then we're gonna have to continue this. later. So Andy, can you bring us up to speed on what's going on?
Yes. So unfortunately, we have had a scheduling snafu of a major kind. And to get the room for today, they only had it scheduled until 2:30. And they have another party coming in at 4:30, and there is no capacity in the other meeting rooms in the building to be able to finish our meeting today. So I think unfortunately, we are going to have to apologize profusely to our invited guests and speakers. And we are going to have to adjourn the meeting and pick up the next two agenda items and the topic of the letter. And I would like to have I'll probably send out a scheduling poll for a meeting in January. This might just be a virtual meeting to finish up the business from this one.
Yes.
And again, apologize for the mix-up. And I want to just thank everybody for participating with us today. I would especially like to thank the proposers who spent 2 years working with us on this process. So thank you. all.
Thank you.
And have a happy holidays and a lovely new year. And you will hear, OPAC members will hear from me with the scheduling poll.
So just real quick too, with regard to the letter, the transmittal letter and the motions we had on the board. We can still take that up in January.
Yes.
So we still have
Right.
time. We're not gonna be sending these until then, so we
Right.
can still reconsider that.
Sure.
So,
Absolutely, that
hey,
makes sense.
thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And sorry for mix up, but
That's
great to
okay.
see you all in person.
Now I
Thank
don't
you.
have to rush.
Andy.
Thank you all.
And again,
Wait.
apologies to my presenters who didn't get to show today.
Yeah, sorry.
And well, Susan, great job. Andy, great job on this hybrid format. I know it's not easy to basically run 2 meetings. So thank you for providing the opportunity.
You'd be in your car, too. And anybody who's online, who couldn't be here because they were sick, please take care. See you in January.
I just left the meeting.